Texas is a grand and special place, from the Rio Grande to the Red River.
You can feel its magic, and when you leave, you carry that feeling with you.
I'll tell you what makes this place special. The wide open spaces, the cold, fresh water of the springs and the rivers.
This landscape is one of the most diverse on Earth. The wildlife, the plant life, rivers, canyons, beaches, pine forests and deserts, all of it amazing.
And Texans themselves are just as impressive.
Texans are big and bold, and we're very proud of our home state.
Every day, many of them are boots on the ground, hands in the dirt, working to make Texas better in all aspects.
When you look out and see this kind of beauty, and you think about the importance of caring for this landscape, I think it can be challenging to also think about economic prosperity. But the thing is, we can pursue both.
This is not a case of either or. This is a case of balancing the needs of people, industry, and Mother Nature.
The population in Texas is expected to go from 30 million to 50 million by 2050. The decisions we make now are going to be very important to the future of our state.
Texas has one of the world's largest economies that includes oil and gas, tech, manufacturing, agriculture, and transportation. Growth is good, but it also means stress on natural resources like water. And it increases the demand for energy development.
The big question is, how do we take care of our natural resources, our beautiful landscapes, and also provide opportunities for prosperity, all at the same time?
That's an idea that was once pretty foreign. We were led to believe that conservation and industry were on two opposing sides, mutually exclusive from one another.
That's the old model, and it doesn't work. You've got to have a new path forward.
There is a balance that can be achieved that can work for everybody.
Texans understand what's at stake. They're ready to take action.
But the glue has got to be there. You need a team that can bring all sides together, get them speaking the same language, and then lead them.
Since 2011, that team has been Texan by nature. They are the catalyst that we've been waiting for.
Their expertise, their leadership, and their extensive network of partners, NGOs, landowners, corporations. Texan by Nature is bringing industry, conservation, and communities together in ways that have never been done before.
Texan by Nature brings us more than just an idea or a goal. They're helping shape the way we think at HEB.
These folks that are boots on the ground and hands in the dirt, Texan by Nature has been giving them the boost that they need to scale, to do more of what they're doing so that they can have a greater impact.
If we go it alone, separately, in silos without collaboration, this will only limit what we can accomplish. Texan by Nature is that trusted broker that's bringing all of us together.
They're an organization that not only understands the conservation side, they're an effective, strategic partner for business. And we're talking about more than just best practices. Texan by Nature brought us a framework, a how-to to help us achieve success.
They've done more than just bring conservation and industry together. They've accomplished something even bigger.
What started as a simple mission is now an entirely new model for conservation. A model that not only could be replicated across the country, but around the world.
Bringing conservation and industry together is no longer a new idea. It's a reality. It's working right now, and it is the new path forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Laura Bush.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you all. Thanks. Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Texan by Nature Conservation Summit here at the Bush Center. Thank you all for joining us. Whether you're joining us for the first time or you're a familiar face who's been with us for the past several years, or you're just tuning into the live stream, I'm happy that you're here. Before we get started, I'd like to thank a few people. Thanks to our Texan by Nature board members. If you'd please stand. Our chair, Joe Crafton, Tina Buford, Robert Horton, Roxanne Newman, Jay Purvis, Jamie Shy, and David Smith. Thank you all very, very much. We're also fortunate to have many of our summit sponsors here with us today. Your generosity helps us fund Texan by Nature's work and helps us expand our reach across our large state. And for that, I'm grateful. Thanks to the Lyda Hill Philanthropies and the Trace Grace Foundation for supporting our partner work. To HEB and Enbridge for supporting our Conservation Wrangler initiatives. And to EOG Resources, as well as to my good friend Dee Dee Rose, who support this annual summit and our Conservation Wrangler program. A heartfelt thanks goes to our Sustainability Fund leaders, the Stillwater Foundation, Ray and Becky Engel, John Now, HEB, the Friedkin Group, Karen Hickson, Cullen Geiselman, Cynthia Pickett Stevenson, the Kinder Foundation, and Enbridge. And finally, thanks to our silver and bronze sponsors, we're proud to be supported by a diverse, committed group of environmentalists from all over our big state. When you see these leaders throughout the day, please join me in expressing our appreciation for making Texan by Nature's work possible. And if you'd like to view all of our sponsors and underwriters, or would like to get more involved, you can visit TexanByNature.org. When I started Texan by Nature 13 years ago with my good friends Reagan Gammon and Catherine Armstrong, we wanted to do something big to take care of our beautiful landscapes and our rich natural resources. We wanted to give back to the state that had given us so much. Since then, Texan by Nature has implemented programs that have earned the respect of leaders throughout Texas and from other states as well. Through the Texan by Nature Conservation Partner Program, Conservation Wrangler Accelerator, Texas Water Action Collaborative, and Texan by Nature Certification, and the Texan by Nature 20, we've impacted over 7 million people, improved over 20 million acres, and touched all of Texas and our 254 counties. So I think we've done something pretty big. Everyone here knows that our natural resources benefit our economy and that spending time in nature is good for our physical and mental health. And now that I've retired and President Bush no longer has the weight of the world on his desk, we've made it a priority to spend as much time outdoors as we can. We spend long weekends at our ranch in Crawford, enjoying the slow sunsets and the endless starry skies. Since we inherited the big house, we relocate to Kennebunkport, Maine in the summer, where it's a lot cooler than it is here in Texas. Where the windows are always open and the air is always crisp. And we invite our children and grandchildren to join us. Recently, we welcomed our 5th grandchild, Barbara and Craig's baby boy, Edward Finn. Spending time with our family in nature is where we're the happiest. Today, during the second panel, you'll hear about the importance of building stewardship of our lands. Stewards could be a business, a home, or a landowner, or a community leader. Teaching the next generation about our land, how to protect it, respect it, plant it, and care for it is essential for the future of our state. Here at the Bush Center, we suggest that schools that come for field trips set aside time to spend in our native Texas park. Their kids can run through native Texas environments like the Blackland Prairie, which used to dominate the Texas region before it was developed. Rediscovery of this lost prairie was the inspiration for our landscape. Students can see seasonal wildflowers here. and have lunch in our outdoor amphitheater, or even observe our working beehives. Our beehives are operated by Hives for Heroes, which was one of 2022 Texan by Nature's Conservation Wranglers. Hives for Heroes is a military veteran nonprofit that promotes honeybee conservation, a healthy transition from military service, and a lifetime hobby of beekeeping. I'm especially glad to see this connection between Texan by Nature, the Bush Center, and our veterans. And so today, I ask you to pretend that you're here at the Bush Center on a field trip and spend time in our native Texas park. When we have a break, get outside and walk through our 15-acre prairie. You can see the various habitats and hear the bees buzzing around their hives. And if you want, you can even taste some of the Bush Center bees' honey, which is for sale in our museum shop. It's time to get started. We have a great day of learning ahead, big ideas to discuss, new partnerships to make, and lots of lessons to take back home. We want conservation to be contagious, and thankfully, I think everyone here has caught the bug. So now I'd like to introduce the woman who we all know and admire, our fearless leader of Texan by Nature, Joanie Carswell.
Well, hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, thank you, Mrs. Bush, for the opening remarks, the inspiration. You always get us in the mindset of doing better and being better. We are very deeply grateful for all that you do. Thank you. So for those I don't know, I am Joanie Carswell. I'm the CEO at Texan by Nature. And I am thrilled to build on the welcome that Mrs. Bush gave to our 7th annual summit. And I know a lot of you were back with us when we started in 2018, and it's hard to believe that we're on 7 years of bringing everyone together, conservation and industry. Thank you for being here. Thank you again to the Texan by Nature board and to our partners and to our members who make this day possible. And also, thank you to the Texan by Nature team. I want to thank them by name because they do, as many of you know and work with them, they do incredible work all year long. So thank you to Taylor, Jenny, Karina, Aaron, Orvie, Caitlin, Kinsey, Jake, Abby, Tiara, Kat, Amy, Taylor, Faith, Eros, Layla, and Kellen. It is beyond a privilege to work with you guys each and every day. So each year when we come together, really daily throughout the year as I get to speak with each of you, I am incredibly inspired by the work that's being done across our state. I'm delighted by the progress that we're all seeing. I'm delighted by new partnerships that we didn't even imagine a decade ago. There are really big, exciting things going on. We are advancing conservation in ways, as I mentioned, that we hadn't imagined. We're shaping a future with the influential leaders and organizations in this room. And so I hope that you're starting to get into that mindset for the day. What are we going to learn? What are we going to take back? What is next year going to look like? Last year, if you were here and remember, we talked a lot about making the most of every single minute we had. And I can tell you that Texan by Nature has been very busy for the last approximately 500,000 minutes since we were together last in person. So we grew our conservation partner network to 172 partners. So welcome to any new partners that are here today. We released our first return on conservation report in June. We started industry cohorts and best practice sharing and collaborative goal setting with those cohorts. We worked with HEB to grow the Trees for Texans initiative. We increased the Texas Water Action Collaborative's impact with new members, millions in matched funding, and deeper measurement and reporting on projects. And we worked with so many of you to think bigger, to think bolder about conservation. So today, as always at our summit, we're focusing on the future of conservation. What's the next thing we need to do? How do we stay in front? How do we keep pushing? How do we make more progress? And with all the progress we're seeing, we feel that the future is big, but it needs to be bigger, much bigger. When we released our Return on Conservation report in June, and after we had done the analysis of the data that we put together from 2019, we found that roughly $639 million was spent on conservation that year in the state of Texas. And that yielded a really fantastic return of $2.8 billion. And while that investment sounds good, I mean, I'd take $639 million. I'm sure you could all think of things you would do, ranches you would buy, you know, there's a lot to do with $639 million. If you look at it in comparison to Texas's GDP, which in 2019 was $1.9 trillion, that's only 0.03%. It's not even a rounding error. So conservation needs to be bigger. Just think what would happen if we as a collective made a goal and focused on projects that would move forward and said we want to be at 0.5% of Texas's GDP, which is now $2 trillion. 0.5, not even a full percentage point, half a percentage point. $10 billion for conservation. Can you imagine what we could do with that? Be pretty incredible for our natural resources. So each year, actually every day, multiple times a day, the TxN by Nature team asks why. We ask a lot of questions, and for any parents of toddlers, I'm sorry if this is triggering for you, but I have some questions coming. So, why are we here? Why is this necessary? Why does this work? Why doesn't this work? All seems very basic, but these are the questions we ask every day, and these are the questions that led to our Return on Conservation report. We work to address the questions that would drive deeper understanding of conservation impact and bridge that gap between industry decision-making and funding and conservation opportunity. So when we plan the summit, we take a similar approach each year. We ask, why are we hosting a summit? Why will it matter? Why will this advance conservation? And our inspiration always comes from our partners and our members and our programs. And I can tell you, we're here today to advance conservation. We're here to drive new investment. We're here to help business members find new opportunities and think about conservation as part of your global sustainability strategy. We're here to work with the conservation community, all of our NGO partners, to raise the bar, to budget appropriately, to measure and report on the impact that our conservation has, so that we're changing the conversation and we're changing the trajectory of conservation in Texas and around the globe. We're here to build new partnerships and broader action. So today we'll discuss why systems thinking, stewardship, and change generation matter. We'll dive into projects that are working and examples that we can take home. We'll explore new partnerships, data, and modes of communication that are critical to advancing towards the future. We are so excited about the day we have planned for the speakers and for all of the questions that are going to come from the audience. So I want to wrap up with some questions for you. Why are you here? Of all of the places that you could be today, and I know there is a lot going on this week, like, why are you here? For new connections, for funding, for new opportunities, to learn something new, to be inspired, to lead the next wave of change for your organization? How will you take today and the reason that you're here and make it a step into the future? As I mentioned, we're here to advance conservation, to push the envelope, to create a future where our natural resources, our economy, and our health all thrive. So I invite you to get in that space today, ask a lot of questions. We'll have question time after each panel. so that you're all leaving here inspired with new tools to make change as you go home. So let's get started with the first panel. Taylor, Katya, Mauricio, Christy, if you guys would join me, and we'll get going.
This land means a lot of things to many people. For my father, coming to this country looking for a better life, he found himself surrounded by these mountains. Being able to say, you know, it's not very different from where I grew up. That connected his heart to El Paso. So as I walk these trails, it's like I'm walking in the footsteps of my father and also all the generations that came before him. And to erase those footsteps and to take away those opportunities would be devastating.
Mucha gente ve el desierto y piensa que está vacío porque es gris y no hay vida, pero está lleno de vida, de pájaros, de animales y de plantas. Entender la importancia y el valor del desierto chihuahuense es muy importante porque nuestro futuro y el futuro de futuras generaciones depende de ello.
I think a lot of people think that going outdoors is a luxury. I know some families in our community that have 2 or 3 jobs. To be able to come outside is very hard. There's never time, or there's always an obstacle or a barrier why to go. And we need to work to change all of that. That's why I love to bring my son out here. It's not just a luxury, it's something that we need in our daily life.
The Frontera Land Alliance is a land trust that works in El Paso, Texas. We focus on the preservation of open natural areas, working farms, ranches, water recharge areas, and preservation of wildlife habitat for the northern Chihuahuan Desert. As our population and industry grow, there's also an increased need for open natural areas, working farms, and ranches. They bring in ecotourism, they bring in agriculture. We want to keep them open. It's important to keep the desert lands vibrant. They're very fragile. The impact it has is irreplaceable. To make sure these lands stay vibrant, we want to make sure that the community can connect to these lands to understand and see the importance of them. One way we achieve this protection and provide access is with a conservation easement. Conservation easements with the city of El Paso have allowed us to open up 1,300 acres for the public to enjoy through various recreation opportunities. The next step is to restore the lands. We'll work with the landowner, create a plan, and we'll come in and restore the trails. We do restoration with planting of seeds. We address erosion control, which may be from wind or rain, but you can't stop there. You need to educate the community.
People don't protect what they don't care about. First, they need to connect to the land. So that's why we have free guided hikes to the community. Regardless of the zip code, it's free of charge. We also do in-classroom visits, and we take kids to our nature preserves. You can see in their eyes how life-changing it is. They see lizards, and we see deer, and we show them the prickly pear, and they connect because their grandmas or abuelitas use it as nopalitos in their salads and in their foods. So it's just, you can see the connection that they're making.
It's hard to love something that you never experienced in your life. And I think this is why Frontera Land Alliance is making such a big impact in our city. I see old people, I see young people exploring something that they would have never really known about if it wasn't through Frontera Land Alliance. You sow one seed into one person, that's gonna grow into many, many generations. Y todo eso causa un gran impacto.
I see Frontera as the caretaker of the Chihuahuan Desert. That's why we want everybody to connect to the desert land so that they take ownership and they too want to connect and preserve it.
When we bring people out here, we see that they love it at first sight. And that is really critical as we're preserving it for the next generation.
I always say that faith without action is dead. Frontera Land Alliance is creating a snowball effect and we're able to connect nature to our hearts, it's going to bring a lot of healing. Conservation is not just something we preach because it's pretty to look at. We have to see the bigger picture, how it could be different tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. I'm Taylor Keys, the Director of Programs at Texan by Nature. For each panel today, the moderator will introduce all speakers, and they will share their presentations in succession. After the final speaker, we'll have time for live Q&A with all the panelists. We'll take questions from our live audiences and our virtual audiences as well. If you're virtual, please submit your questions via the YouTube stream. The theme of this panel is realizing systems value. The whole of a high-functioning system is greater than its parts. We've heard this throughout our lives, whether in team sports, corporate value chains, or even biological systems. But how do we make sure we maximize a system? How do we ensure a system is high-functioning, such that it does reach a greater value than its separate parts? Lots of the questions we ask at Texan by Nature every day. And why are we talking about system thinking and value today, and why does it matter? All too often in conservation conversations, we hear about a single species or a single issue. We lose sight of cause and effect, input and output, a view of the whole system. We see value articulated with a single variable or metric, resulting in lost opportunity because we reach a more narrow audience or don't fully make a case for a project. A system is defined by a set of things working together as parts of an interconnecting network. An interconnecting network, meaning a change in one part of a system, will impact not only output, but all parts of the interconnected network. Leading organizations are developing strategies and programs that view the future as a system inclusive of economic progress, natural resource care and restoration, and thriving communities. Planning for each of these parts as a greater part of the system yields sustainable growth, explores balancing development, and greater positive progress for each. This panel explores balancing development with conservation, profits with sustainability, and inputs with outputs of the full system. With our return on conservation analysis and interviews, we found that standardized language, trustworthy and accessible data, and budgeting with the full system in mind drives a difference for increasing system value. Our first panel will lay the foundation for today, putting us in the systems mindset. Today we'll hear examples of development and restoration initiatives, value chain strategy, and product decisions that take into account all inputs and outputs, people, materials, resources, transportation, all that are pieces of our interconnected network. During this session, we'll hear from Katia Gonzalez, Development Director at Frontera Land Alliance, Mauricio Chavarria, Latin America Program Director, Global Water Challenge, and Dr. Christy Gomez, Senior Director of Product Safety and Regulatory Affairs with Mary Kay Inc. As a reminder, you can submit questions via the YouTube stream if you're joining us virtually. Please join me in thanking these presenters as we start the panel. Katia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katia Gonzalez, and I'm the Development Director of the Frontera Land Alliance. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be here with such a distinguished group of business owners, community leaders, and my fellow panelists. I want to extend a special thanks to the team at Texan by Nature, and especially to Kaylin for working so closely with us this year. And of course, Mrs. Laura Bush for bringing us together today. I'll be discussing how the Frontera Land Alliance is working to balance conservation and development in the West Texas region, ensuring a sustainable future for our communities and natural landscapes. The Frontera Land Alliance is a nationally accredited nonprofit land trust organization dedicated to protecting forever open natural spaces, working farms, ranches, watersheds, and wildlife in the northern Chihuahuan Desert. In the heart of West Texas lies the binational city of El Paso, a gateway to the region's natural wonders. El Paso is located in the far west of Texas, bordering Mexico to the south and New Mexico to the north. It is part of the Borderplex, a tri-state region encompassing parts of Texas, New Mexico, and the neighboring Mexican city of Ciudad Juarez. El Paso is situated in the Chihuahuan Desert, one of the largest and most biologically diverse deserts in North America. The region is known for its stunning desert landscapes, mountain ranges, and unique flora and fauna. We receive approximately 6 inches of annual precipitation. And in this photo, you can see, and most people might assume that it's just one city, but actually we have Ciudad Juarez and El Paso, Texas. And while yes, it's 2 cities, it is truly just one big community. We are connected with our sister city by international bridges, and it's one of the busiest border crossings in the world. And because of our unique geography, we have a cultural blend, a rich mix of American and Mexican traditions, a bilingual and a bicultural community. We're also an economic hub and a key player in the US-Mexico trade, with 70% of all trade passing through the Borderplex region. Amidst its natural splendor, El Paso faces unique conservation challenges. The increase in urbanization and population growth, coupled with its semi-arid climate, presents a delicate balancing act between development and conservation. This dynamic environment calls for collaborative approaches to preserving the region's natural heritage. Taking care of the system takes many approaches. Frontera embraces the challenge of balancing urbanization and conservation through, first, conservation easements, which are a tool to preserve the conservation value of the land while enabling landowners to maintain ownership and set the terms for their property. Additionally, restoration and management, ensuring that protected areas remain vibrant, productive, and accessible through trail management, native plant restoration, and erosion control. Moreover, community engagement programs and educational events that are tailored to diverse cultural backgrounds and languages. These initiatives empower the borderland community to become informed stewards of the land. And finally, research. In collaboration with the University of Texas at El Paso, Frontera's nature preserves serve as areas for data collection and research on various topics, from climate change to the geosciences and even a moth study. This helps inform our conservation strategies and enhances the local knowledge. Conservation plus restoration. Frontera ensures long-term sustainability through conservation efforts that include preserving natural areas and restoring degraded ecosystems. We have helped protect over 8,000 acres and actively manage more than 1,400 acres. Our goal is to safeguard these lands while also working to enhance their ecological health through restoration. And we have seen that through restoration, this fosters a sense of connection and responsibility within the community, encouraging them to enjoy these natural spaces while playing an active role in their protection and their care. In the fall of 2022, Frontera launched a baseline data study to understand how urban nature preserves influence local climate patterns. This study is crucial because urbanization can significantly alter microclimates, and we aim to explore how preserving natural areas in urban settings can help mitigate these effects. Frontera installed 2 weather stations strategically at 2 of our urban nature preserves, and this provided valuable insights into how these natural spaces interact with and impact the surrounding urban environment. This data is essential for understanding our system's shifting baselines. Plus, research and data are key to demonstrating the impact and results of our efforts. And of course, community and education. Frontera tailors its educational programming and outreach effort to reflect the diverse cultural backgrounds and languages of our community. These initiatives empower the residents to become informed stewards of the land, fostering a deep awareness of local nature preserves and overall natural spaces. By offering free environmental programming, we encourage the community to connect with the desert landscape, understand its value, and support local conservation efforts. In 2023, Frontera engaged over 6,000 community members through a variety of educational events, stewardship activities, and volunteer opportunities. One of Frontera's nature preserves, Napland, serves as the perfect example of a community-driven conservation. Napland Nature Preserve is a 353-acre site that became a protected space thanks to the neighbors advocating for its purchase by the city, ensuring its preservation. Frontera manages this land today, offering a space where both nature and community can flourish. And we recently had the chance to dive into new metrics about NAP's impact, thanks to our partners at Texan by Nature. And while we're not experts in this data just yet, we're incredibly excited and fascinated to see what 353 acres of desert land conservation looks like in terms of its environmental, social, and economic benefits. In closing, Frontera's work is truly a collaborative system, one that combines land, water, and wildlife, conservation, and community education. But our efforts can only succeed with the support and understanding of the community. Conservation happens when people recognize the value of these lands, and their active participation is essential to protect them for future generations. The Frontera Land Alliance's ability to safeguard the land, water, and wildlife of the northern Chihuahuan Desert is thanks to the many public and private partnerships we have built. Along the way, we have learned that building authentic relationships, establishing trust, being transparent, and most importantly, truly listening to the community needs has been key to our success. We are excited for what lies ahead. It is encouraging to see a growing interest from businesses, schools, and community members who are committed to conserving natural open spaces, working farms, ranches, watersheds, and the unique biodiversity of this region. Together, we can continue to protect and celebrate these cherished lands. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here and to be exchanging so interesting topics. My name is Mauricio Chavarria, and I'm the Program Director for Latin America of Global Water Challenge. This organization is a coalition of leader organizations using our expertise and networks to achieve universal access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene, as well as protecting key watersheds around the world. At GWC, we believe achieving water requires collective action. And this is a lot about the learnings from my perspective. This includes managing water resources effectively at the local level, reducing gender inequalities, and ensuring that wash services are resilient to climate change. By tackling these key areas together, we can create a more sustainable and equitable water systems for all. As a trusted partners of companies, governments, civil society, community leaders, implementers, and impact investors, we catalyze co-investment, just like Texan by Nature, to expand meaningful change. Today, I'm here to talk about two partnerships that our organization is leading with two large corporations that you all know probably, and I'm going to introduce initially Cargill Currents. Launched in 2021 and managed by GWC, this is a community wash program focused on addressing local challenges of half of Cargill's 25 key watersheds around the world. This program is active in 8 countries, with plans to expand to more. In each region, it has a specific focus, whether it's watershed health, climate resilience, sustainable agriculture, or wash initiatives. Cargill Currents expanded its focus to North America, and currently we have projects in North Dakota, Kansas, California, Ohio, and of course, beautiful Texas, partnering Texans by Nature. Through the Playa Conservation Initiative, we're restoring groundwater recharging playas around Friona. We're also providing critical leak detection support to water utilities around Friona as part of the Texas Rural Water Association's Water Loss Prevention Program. Let me tell you something, this is a big issue in all the continent, water loss, non-revenue water. And doing this is helping to protect 5 million liters of water each year, benefiting communities in these key watersheds. Now, let me highlight Cargill Current's impact in Brazil. Sorry, let me go back. This program also is being executed in 53 communities in Brazil across 7 states. In the Rio Xingu and Rio Tapajos regions, we're focusing on providing clean water to indigenous communities. Meanwhile, projects in the Rio San Francisco and Rio Paraná regions are enhancing water systems and infrastructure. Overall, Cargill Currents has positively impacted over 53,000 people in more or less 2 years. And now, let me introduce a second platform that I was honored to be able to co-create with the team of Coca-Cola and a network of organizations in Latin America. This platform is also looking to advance WASH initiatives while conserving and protecting key important areas. And this departs from Coca-Cola's Water 2030 strategy that has 4 pillars. Reduce water use, achieve circular economy, restore critical watersheds that are 60 in the world for them, support communities by improving access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene, and helping communities to adapt to climate change impacts. Now, let me just show you how they are thinking about acting collectively. In this map, I'm showing 100 critical basins that the CEO Water Mandate, an initiative that is a partnership between the Global Compact, the Pacific Institute, and a network of organizations, including Coca-Cola and Cargill, where they establish 100 watersheds around the world, and in blue you can see the specific watersheds that are critical to preserve and conserve here in America as a continent. In this map, you can also see the community access projects that we've been developing since 2021, and in green, the conservation projects that can be described in 3 categories: conservation and restoration, water for productive use, and finally, community access to water. Achievements in ballpark, we are nearly reaching 1 million people in a project with projects that started in 2021, and we have implemented 88 different projects in these watersheds. So let me just share a few thoughts about what we have learned implementing these projects. One, we need to team up for biggest impact, so in bigger impact. So that's why we are here. That's why we are happy to exchange knowledge and to be here to learn from you and to learn from what you're doing great here. And I'm going to take it to Latin America. That's my whole purpose. And I plan to make good connections with you, because the other thing that we have learned is that we need to share knowledge, and we need to share what we have failed. Most of the time we're like we don't share with things that went wrong. But in Latin America, we have failed several times, and we have learned. And we have improved our interventions by learning from those mistakes too. But we learned also from best practices, and I'm here to listen to other panelists and see what other organizations like you are doing here in Texas. 2, it is super important to create local capacity in the communities, and to identify leaders and to prepare them to take the post and move forward whatever we're going to start doing with them. 3, we need to show our impact, show your impact to others to attract donors. And I love this event because it is doing exactly that, and we believe in doing it too. And finally, involve young people. You mentioned it all, and you're going to see that we're all thinking about the future generations, including those kids in the communities that we're training to have access to different skills that are going to produce economic revenues for them to be able to pay for the services that we're implementing in those communities. Water is free, but electricity is not. water is free, but treatment for water is not. So someone needs to pay it and needs to have access to resources to do it. Let me just remember how connected our challenges are. Our future depends on decisions we make now. Those decisions need to be bold and focus both on environment and economy. And this is why we are really honored to work with corporations like Coca-Cola and Cargill, and now to be partners of Texans by Nature. Real progress happens when sustainability and growth work together. Thanks for joining this important event, and I'm looking forward to connecting with you.
Well, howdy. I'm Dr. Christy Gomez. I'm with Mary Kay Inc. And it really is a pleasure to speak with all of you today and to be a part of this fantastic panel. I'm going to give a little bit different perspective, coming from the industry perspective, and how do we partner with some of these fantastic conservation organizations in order to really, realize that system's value. So, being from Mary Kay, I will start with a quote from Mary Kay Ash, because as I was working on this presentation, this quote kept coming back to me. The greatest pollution problem we face today is negativity. Eliminate the negative attitude and believe you can do anything. And really, that is something that is part of the culture of our corporation and is part of what makes our sustainability programs work. Because when you take a topic as large and complex as realizing system value, it's very easy to slide into the negative side of thinking. Because, let's just take water as an example. We can metric water. We can set up programs to reduce water usage, but when we talk about what are we going to actually do to help conserve or improve our water systems, our ecosystems that contributed to that, that's a big, complex problem that a single corporation just can't address. We appreciate this opportunity to kind of talk about some of the bigger systems programs that we've put into place. So over my years at Mary Kay, I've had the opportunity to work in a lot of different departments, from environmental health and safety to supply chain, and I'm currently in research and development. I lead teams that are responsible for regulatory compliance, for quality, and for our product safety. And so I'm going to give a bit of a product spin on this and how all of these sort of line up with what we do with our product. All right, so at Mary Kay, sustainability is divided into 3 areas. We have our environmental sustainability, our social sustainability programs, and our economic sustainability programs. And all of them do interact with each and overlap with each other, but I'm going to give you guys a couple of quick case studies from each of these areas. All right, so we're going to start with social sustainability because, again, I am speaking on behalf of Mary Kay, where P&L doesn't just stand for profit and loss, but people and love. And so the people aspect of our sustainability programs is incredibly important. So from a product perspective, we have to remember that every single one of our product ideas starts with people. And so we get our sustainability ideas also from people. And so we work to make sure that, we're not just looking at social sustainability externally to Mary Kay, but also how we're setting up things internally for our employees. Because we do have the belief that every employee is a sustainability leader. So we have a couple of metrics here. One that I want to point out that's related to our gender balance. And so across the world, in our 10 largest market, 57% of our leaders are women. And these are often in countries where women-dominated leadership is not the norm. So it's wonderful that we're able to, again, I saw in our introduction the use of the word balance so often, but having that gender balance is also very important to us as a company. Additionally, we make sure that the facilities that our employees work in, are also living out our sustainability values. So I have a photo here of the Richard R. Rogers Global Manufacturing and Research and Development Center, which is based in Lewisville, Texas. And so while this facility makes over 1 million products a day, it also is LEED certified silver. And then we have a manufacturing facility in Hangzhou, China that supports just our China market. It is LEED certified gold. So every day our staff are working in LEED certified buildings, or they may be walking into another site that's powered 100% by renewable energy. But we're trying to make sure that they're seeing that their space is also living out our sustainability values. And then lastly, engaging staff and what I would call some of the fun parts of sustainability. So this is a photo of a tree planting that we did in partnership with the city of Lewisville at Railroad Park. And so we did this last May. It was a great opportunity for our manufacturing employees to come out. We planted some very large trees that gave some much needed shade to that area. And so, it's another part of, again, showing our employees that we're living that sustainability so that they are also making sure sustainability is top of mind for them. All right, let's move over to environmental sustainability, which really is part of the core. So when we talk about, our products, we use a lot of forest resources. So that's our cardboard that's used in our shipping and logistics. It is the paperboard and the paper that are part of our product packaging. And so one of the things that we wanted to do is, beyond the early adoption that we had as a company of corporate recycling programs and utilizing post-consumer recycled content in our cardboard and paperboard and paper, we wanted to make sure that we're addressing the whole system. And so here are some examples that we partnered with the Nature Conservancy, the Arbor Day Foundation, I jumped ahead, on 3 projects last year. So with these, we're looking at not just, repopulating forest areas, but we're also looking at, are we doing it in the right way? Is the appropriate biodiversity addressed? Are these going to be meaningful and truly long-term reforestations? So we have a tree replanting in Georgia. In Mexico, this is actually conservation efforts of some monarch butterfly habitat. And then, of course, we helped with the restoration on the Dixie Fire in California. But over the years, Mary Kay has planted 1.4 million trees with the Arbor Day Foundation. It's a great way for us to reconnect, again, our use as a company of forest resources with how do we actually impact that larger forest ecosystem. All right. Now I want to move to the Nature Conservancy. All right, so we have had a 37-year partnership with the Nature Conservancy. And, the majority of that time, we really have had a very heavy focus on water. And, I bring that back to our products because the number one ingredient in cosmetic products is water. We need water as an ingredient. We need water in our production operations. We need water to run our facilities for our people. It is so incredibly critical to us. And so again, we of course have all of the, water saving, water reduction activities that would be expected, but we want to also look at how can we, again, help with that bigger picture and look at the system as a whole. So with this, we've partnered with the Nature Conservancy, and I'm going to list off some of the places that we've done projects with them: Australia, New Zealand, China, Hong Kong, Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands, Mexico, and then, of course, in our backyard here of Texas. And so overall, we've contributed to 100 conservation projects. And these projects have helped communities adapt to sea level rise, coastal erosion, coral reef recovery, and sustainable fisheries. And right now, our focus with them is on super reefs, which is honestly just a really cool project. With the Nature Conservancy, Stanford University, and Woods Hole, we're working on these super reefs, which are actually very resilient to climate change and the changing water temperatures. And so we're working to understand, why do they have this genetic resilience? How can we learn from this to protect our other coral systems? Because, the Great Barrier Reef in Australia or the Florida Barrier Reef system doesn't have the same level of resilience as these super reefs do. And so it's a really interesting project, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the results that come from this. All right. Now I'm going to move over to economic sustainability. And this is something that's very near and dear to my heart because it's an idea that came from my team. We talked about how everybody is a sustainability leader, and this was an idea that came from one of our junior scientists that was working with shea and looking at its supply chain, and she was like, we can do better, and we can actually positively impact the shea supply chain. In 2023, Mary Kay joined the Global Shea Alliance, which is a nonprofit association with the mission of promoting sustainable practices and standards for shea in food and cosmetics. And shea truly is a wonderful cosmetic ingredient. It's very rich in vitamins A and E. It's moisturizing. It's wonderful. We have a lot of products with shea in them. And so we knew this was important to us as a company. Let's be part of the solution. So, across the shea belt of Africa, you have hundreds of thousands of villages that participate in the shea industry. And shea trees can live for hundreds of years, 200, 300 years. However, that also means they're very slow growing. So when you plant a new shea tree, it takes 15 years before it starts producing fruit. And really, it's more like 45 years. So just imagine that from an agricultural perspective, waiting 15 to 45 years before you can really start harvesting your crop. That's too long, and it leads to that temptation to fell the trees and to plant, faster growing crops like mango or cashew. And so with this, we're addressing root causes. And through Global Shea Alliance, we're able to train women collectors on business practices. We're able to help them with cooperatives and warehousing, provide grants and help them find additional grants to, improve their businesses, like having more efficient cook stoves. The other big piece is just to also advocate for these women and these collectors, on the international and national fronts. So it's a very heartwarming, program that is definitely a win-win for us as a company, because we're helping with the conservation and security of, one of the ingredients in our supply chain. So with that, I do want to thank you all for your attention, for me and for my other panelists. And I hope these insights, help you better understand how we all work together to realize system value. Thank you.
Thank you, Katya, Mauricio, and Christy. We do have time for a few questions. Kenzie and Caitlin are walking around with microphones for those in person. And then if you're virtual, please submit questions via the YouTube stream. So raise your hand if you have a question. Folks walk around with the microphone. In the meantime, I will start with a question for Mauricio, if you don't mind. I love how you talked about learning from mistakes, and with all the companies Global Water Challenge works with, would love if you could share what are some of the biggest barriers to system thinking that you encounter in your role?
Thank you. One of the key barriers is that normally in the past, projects were thought out of the communities that they were made. Nowadays, conservation is super important to do it context-based and thinking about what the solutions for the nature are locally, and taking account all the values and the cultures of people. We have learned that working with ejidos in Mexico, that they have their own governance systems, working with tribal communities in Brazil, and also working with cities like Monterrey or El Paso, or different cities that think differently. It's different to treat with a water operator than treating with a community that's really lacking everything. So probably that's one of the barriers. Think about them before starting to create a standard recipe. There's no one size fits all in conservation, but the other thing that was mentioned before is dedicate time to report. And now we're talking about conservation and biodiversity. That's the other thing. We don't always report everything we're capturing. Our projects are focused mainly on water and water provided to communities. There are multiple co-benefits, like the programs you are offering, that can measure other impacts on women or in biodiversity, or carbon sequestration, everything. So reporting is also important. That's another barrier, that most of the time programs are very concentrated in reporting just one or two pieces that are of interest of the donors.
Thank you. Any questions from our audience? Okay. Let's move on to, Katya. Question for you. How can we remove barriers for conservation groups to think as a whole system?
I think that basically encouraging partnership and knowledge sharing, facilitating collaborations between conservation groups, local governments, researchers, and community leaders can provide more perspectives, diverse perspectives, and encourage a more holistic approach to problem solving. And I think spaces like this one, where we have a diverse audience, can help us move towards that. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, and Christy, would love to ask you, I loved your example of P&L just not being profit and loss, but people in love, and how the idea around the shade came from someone on your team. Could you tell us a little bit about your tips for gathering and instilling many perspectives in your planning and decision making, and what that process looks like? Which may be a big question.
That is a big question. You can't just go to a meeting and say, hey, everyone, in this meeting, I want you to have a larger perspective and think, big. It's really something that you have to embed within your culture. And that means that, as leaders, we have to make sure that, sustainability is understood to be part of everyone's role, and that they are encouraged, because you can get a lot of ideas around sustainability from team members. Not every idea, it's the right time for that idea, but making sure that people always feel like they're valued and continued to be encouraged to think big, because, it's very easy, I think I'm rambling a little here, but it's very easy for folks to get discouraged to not think from that multi-perspective.
Yeah. Awesome.
Great. I've got a question.
Thank you. Question?
Yeah. So we had a question submitted, and it was for Katya, but I think it would actually be a great question for everyone. If you could think about and share, what are the top 2 to 3 most important strategies for getting your stakeholders to care as much about conservation as you do?
Katya, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start. I think that for us is education and awareness. For us, being a conservation group, it's really easy to see that, yes, we want endless land conservation, but thinking as a system approach and seeing how we're all interconnected, social, economic, and environmental factors, and just educating our decision makers so that they can see that interconnectedness. So more education and awareness, I would say. Yeah.
Wonderful. Mauricio?
I will say that very in line with what you were saying, Kathy, is co-creation between the stakeholders in an area. So taking into account all the voices, because the business has some interest in that area, but the communities may have another one, and the conservation organizations working there may have their own ones. Just to co-create plans, it's the key, for me, ingredient in order to have long-lasting projects. If not, you end executing just like a project for one of those stakeholders, and that's not what we need in the world right now.
Mm-hmm. Christy, anything to add?
So in addition to what they said around engagement and education, I think it's also showing the value, and I'll give an example. About 15 years ago, we were working with a plant manager, and we wanted to do more sustainability initiatives. And so, sustainability is kind of a data science. There's a lot of numbers to it, a lot of metrics. And when we showed him, hey, once we implement these metrics, and now we're going to be reducing your scrap rate, we're going to be saving you money, and you can actually show that value in something that's meaningful to them, and for this plant manager, it was reduction of costs, and that's what happened when we implemented the sustainability program at his facility, and then honestly, he became one of our biggest champions. It was fantastic.
That is fantastic. So important to bridge those barriers and communicate with stakeholders in a language that they understand. Any question over here in the middle?
I'll be the first one.
Thank
John
you.
Dorff with Infused Seed Ball. Question about carbon credits and the role that those play. A lot of this seems to be funded by corporations. Could you talk about this new market that's out there, whether it's carbon credits or also water conservation credits, and the role that plays in enabling you to do projects that might not otherwise be done?
Christy or Mauricio, do y'all want to talk about your experience there?
Super interesting. We're right now developing a few projects in order to educate corporations on how to combine what you were saying, the strategies for carbon sequestration, and how that strategy can lead to water conservation. And the challenge over there is that the carbon sequestration economy has been developed for a long time now, and it's really working, and it's a financial industry. It's like a lot of numbers happening and not really conservation itself. Water, on the other hand, is very local, and it takes time. As you said, 45 years to grow share. I didn't know share. It's incredible. So in that case, it's about companies need to embed just one strategy for climate and for environment, and that takes time because it needs to change the way they're doing it. I come from working in corporations that they started doing both and not communicating. And now most of them are trying to get to one path. So they are trying to create that market for water now. So how much does it cost a liter of water produced by a conservation project? How much do I have to invest to get 1 liter of water? How do I do it in an area that it's super dry and doesn't rain? How much carbon it's going to capture the new trees that you're planting over the years? So it needs to be embedded. It's not easy, but that's something happening right now. I hope that responded to your question. If not, you can.
Thank you. Question in the back.
Hi, my question is for Christy. Thank you all so much for speaking, by the way. It sounds like Mary Kay is focused a lot on sustainability at the corporate level, but I was curious if Mary Kay takes any steps to offer sustainability programs for their consumers to participate in.
So at this time, I don't believe we have any active consumer programs going on, but we have in the past. So for example, we had our eyeshadows and facial powders and things of that come in these plastic clamshells that were number 5 plastic. And at the time, they just were not readily recycled in municipal recycling streams. And so what we did was we created our own take-back plant program. We registered our manufacturing plant in Dallas as a recycling take-back facility and really partnered with our independent sales force, who got very creative with that take-back program. And it was incredibly successful for us in getting that plastic out of the hands of their customers back to us, where we could truly recycle it in bulk. And we did some incentives for them, such as planting trees for every so many numbers of cases that were sent back to us and things of that sort. At this time, that type of program doesn't make sense because our product portfolio has changed. Yeah, we've done it in the past, but we don't have any large initiatives right now at this time.
Question in the front.
Hi, thank you. Rob Price, Families in Nature. Question for you, Dr. Gomez. So, love the story about working through the supply chain, and wondering, especially the bigger the company, the more dependent you are on suppliers and vendors and their participation and their value alignment. Can you talk about what things you do, either contractually or culturally, with your suppliers and vendors to expand kind of what you're able to accomplish in conservation-wise?
Oh, definitely. So one of the pillars of our sustainability program is sustainable sourcing, and that has a heavy focus on our raw materials and on our packaging componentry. And so we very much encourage them to communicate with us on their sustainability goals, metrics, accomplishments through a platform called EcoVadis. That's been very helpful because we've got thousands of suppliers and just organizing it all. But then, a lot of it is also relationship-based and us communicating our expectations to our suppliers. So we do have a supplier code of conduct, and part of that code of conduct is sustainability, human rights, and, everything that goes along with that.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in with a question while you're moving over there, Kenzie, and want to do a round robin quick and just ask for all of you, the systems thinking it takes, there's a lot of components to it, as we talked about today, and would love to hear from y'all about what data and tools would be useful to drive system thinking in the work that you do. Katya, start with you.
Yes, thank you, Taylor. I think that for us, the return on conservation index is something that we were needing. We were needing those metrics to share to businesses, to communicate that language of how, land conservation is important, but what's the economic impact? What's the social value? So I think that tools that quantify the economic value of ecosystem services can help communicate the benefits of conservation to stakeholders.
Wonderful. Mauricio, any data or tools?
No, when we're talking about conservation in our area related to water, there are several tools that we have found very useful. It's statistics about multiple effects in specific watersheds, rain, precipitation, fires, etc. And then how those statistics are shared locally with authorities to be able to plan ahead. In Brazil, just to give you an example, we have promoted large conservation projects that are doing several interventions. Between them, it's the fire prevention, because fires in Northeast Brazil or in California here or many other places are happening more and more. So preventing that is super important. And now there are a lot of companies and startups looking for ways to share that information very less costly and openly. And now that data set of points to connect them with fire brigades and with trained brigades in local teams and communities and municipalities, that's super important for conservation in some of the projects that we're leading.
So when it comes to data and tools, I do have to admit, so much of it is just Microsoft Excel, because it is a lot of numbers.
We love Excel. That's okay.
But really, I would want to hone in on how you analyze the data and how you look at it. We had a huge 1-year sort of water reduction challenge for all of our sites. But we had to make sure that we were metricing and setting up goals that are appropriate for each site. Because if you have a warehouse that is doubling its footprint, asking it to reduce its water usage doesn't make sense. Or a manufacturing facility that is adding onto its campus, that doesn't make sense. And so how do you metric by either, person occupying the building or analyze by, product produced, things of that sort. So, I would say you can collect a lot of data, but you also got to make sure you're analyzing it in a meaningful way.
100%. Thank you, guys. Question in the front. Thank you, Kenzie.
Hi there, Russell Rowe. I'm with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and with Families in Nature. I had a question for Katia. I noticed part of the map you showed the Franklin Mountains and a shaded area showed maybe the Kastner Range, and I was wondering how your group interacts with the public lands out there and what your role was with the Kastner Range, our national monument.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yay for Kastner. Kastner was a community initiative. After 52 years of community effort, it was designated last year, March of 2023, as a national monument. And I believe it's the third in Texas. Frontera was one of the many partners that was leading that effort. And now that it's designated as a national monument, the managers of the land is DOD. So the Army is the one that are going to take the ownership and stewardship of Kastner Range. Currently, it's closed to the public. It's over 6,000 acres. And DOD are doing the restoration and planning the access for the community. And the reason that it's closed is because in the 60s, if I'm not mistaken, 60s, 65s, it was used as an open range. So right now it has an exploded ordinance, and that's why, yes, it's designated as a national monument, and the community is happy because it would just bring further open natural space and also provide natural corridor with Napland Nature Preserve, the Franklin Mountain State Park, and Kastner Range. But because of the unexploded ordinance, they have to do remediation and restoration efforts. So Frontera is just happy to be part of the process, and we're hoping that in the near future it will be accessible for the community to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question, so we'll do a quick rapid fire round robin. So what is one thing that you recommend leaders to discuss or implement to drive systems thinking within their organization? Christy, we'll start with you. What is the one thing?
I would say, to also encourage people to learn things outside the scope of their normal job. Because when you know more about the natural environment, that's what leads to all the connections that, bring us the innovative, conservation ideas and sustainability projects.
Thank you. Mauricio, the one thing?
aligned to what Christy said. It's education. Most of the past year and a half, we have been educating executives across Latin America to understand environmental concepts and how conservation impacts their businesses, but the communities where they operate, and that's licensed to operate for them. So I think education of stakeholders key for that.
Katia?
I think that one thing that I would recommend leaders to discuss or implement to drive system thinking will be to adopt a holistic approach to problem solving. Just leaders should emphasize the interconnected, how everything is intersectional, how ecological, economic, and social systems are intertwined. For example, when we do land conservation and just about nature preserve, it's not only about protecting land, but ensuring water quality and providing recreational spaces so that community can have a better physical and mental state.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your questions and engagement in the first panel, Realizing System Value. And big thank you to Katia, Mauricio, and Christy for sharing today. We'll take a break and come back together at 1 p.m. Central Time for the afternoon panels. So if you're on the live stream, make sure to join back then. And then also, questions throughout the day, please submit them on the YouTube stream as well. For those in person, lunch will be served as you exit the auditorium to the left, or I guess right outside, and then there's tables to the left. And we'll see you back at 1 p.m. for the next panel, Cultivating Stewards.
Houston, that's our hometown. A lot of us on the crew are from here, and we're proud to be from here, so we're happy to be taking care of it. Houston is known for a lot of great things.
Unfortunately, Houston is also known as a city that floods often.
Tropical rain events, heavy downpours, derechos, hurricanes, all of that coupled with our flat geography makes Houston very flood prone.
Many of our neighborhoods deal with problems with litter and illegal dumping. We can plan to go pick it up one day and it rains again and it ends up in another neighborhood. All of this results in clogged waterways, and it's not just here, it actually floats out into Galveston Bay and ultimately the world. It's a citywide problem that really needs a community solution.
I left home and I graduated with my degree, and then I came back here to do this. Not only to help in these neighborhoods, but to be able to encourage other people to do the same. I believe that together as a community, we can make an impact. We are the American Youth Works Green Wave Initiative.
One of Houston's best defenses against flooding is our resilient waterways. It's not just bayous, it's creeks, it's ditches, it's streams. All of this leads from here into Galveston Bay and eventually the Gulf of Mexico. But when these waterways are blocked by litter, sediment, and illegal dumping, you'll see flooding and more property damage.
The goal of the American Youth Works Green Wave Initiative is to help address all of these problems in a way that empowers the community, engages the community, to feel also like they're part of the solution instead of overwhelmed by the problem. They take it from start to finish. They learn how to manage volunteers. They learn how to set up an event and educate the public on ways that will lead to less trash ultimately in the first place. This initiative really is a for the community, by the community kind of effort.
Often as individuals, we may not know the impact that we have, but we should. Through this Green Wave Initiative, the crew has the chance to come out here and invest time in not only their community, but also be able to invest time in themselves as individuals and encouraging others to do the same. They're not just learning how to pick up trash. They get industry certifications and professional development skills that they're able to take away from this job after they leave us. These are real-world experiences that will open up future career opportunities.
These young adults are getting hands-on training in environmental stewardship, conservation, and community engagement. All of this is paid career training.
I started as a member on a crew and then soon got the opportunity to be on the other side of things as a staff member. Being able to carve my path in this conservation industry has been really empowering for me, and I just want to instill that in the next generation.
Clean and resilient waterways are key to prevent flooding, but they are also very important when it comes to ecological services and recreation. The work that the Green Wave Initiative is doing is going to have numerous positive effects, from improved flood mitigation, beautification programs, environmental services, as well as native habitat restoration.
If we don't start to care and we don't try and make others care just as much about what we're leaving behind for everyone else, then there won't be anything left. That's important because I want my kids to be able to come to the same spots outside that I would go to around Houston or, wherever it may be. I want future generations to be able to come and enjoy what we get to enjoy now.
At the end of the day, our bottom line is that we want to make sure that everyone that spends time with us comes away with an appreciation for the environment and their community, whether as a future environmental professional or as an environmental steward in any walk of life. Education is for improving the lives of others and leaving your community better than you found it. That's what we're trying to accomplish with the Green Wave Initiative. Come join us.
All right, hello everyone and welcome back from lunch. I hope everyone enjoyed it and had great conversations and made some great connections. For those joining virtually, don't forget you can ask questions and engage in dialogue on our YouTube stream. I'm Jenny Burden, Director of Development at Texan by Nature. We couldn't have a discussion about the future of conservation without diving into the center point of discussion, the central hub of action, both the need and the reason for progress, people. Why? Back to why. Why are we focusing an entire panel on people and the need to cultivate the stewards? Whether creating new industries, leading conservation, or developing communities, people can be the center of progress or the source of friction. Leaders who understand system thinking, value the planet, profits, and people in equal measures, and continually improve decisions are critical to a thriving future. With Texan by Nature's return on conservation work, we found that opportunities exist to further the understanding of the impact of training and education. This impact data is currently incomplete, which leaves many stewardship initiatives underfunded and understaffed. Additionally, we found that there's a need to develop common analysis skills across conservation organizations and industry that will help us speak the same language and understand opportunities. This critical thinking lays the foundation for stewards as decision makers. Our next speakers have created these stewards and leaders from youth to on-the-ground workforce to the corner office. They've taken novel thinking and best practice application to new and impactful levels. You'll hear about youth and family education programs, leadership and decision training and processes, workforce development, and cross-industry collaboration. Emulating these practices in Texas and around the globe can create a thriving future for people and natural resources alike. As we hear from these leaders, I hope you'll think about how their learnings and models relate to your own organization and projects. What if you took some of these methods home and applied them differently? Adapted them? How will you cultivate stewards in your organization and in your community? Today you'll hear from Heather Culkin, Founder and Executive Director of Families in Nature, Ryan Spicer, Director of Sustainability at Keurig Dr. Pepper, Allison Westfall, Houston and Baton Rouge Site Director of Texas Conservation Corps for American Youth Works, and Edward Craner, Senior Vice President of Marketing at Holt Group. Similar to the previous panels, you'll hear presentations in succession, and we'll join the speakers live for Q&A after presentations, so be thinking of your questions. For virtual attendees, feel free to submit questions as we go along to the YouTube channel. Please join me in thanking these presenters, and Heather, you can take your spot.
Hello, I'm Heather Culkin. I'm the founder and director of Families in Nature, and I want to start by saying thank you so much to Texan by Nature. This is very exciting and a huge support to our small team, all of whom are here right now. And so I wanted to start with our mission and vision. So our mission is to connect people, connect children and families to nature and to each other through playing, learning, and volunteering outdoors. And it is our vision to inspire all people to fall in love with nature and foster the next generation of conservationists. So the premise of what we do is that a love of nature is the foundation of all of conservation work. If we help people connect with and ultimately love nature, they're far more likely to make decisions that are good for the planet and for people. Time in nature also increases mental and physical health, as well as climate resilience for communities. So one of the biggest barriers that we have is that people view nature as someplace far away, someplace they have to get on a plane to go to, someplace that is nature rich and the things you see in BBC movies, and it's somewhere where you have to know things and you have to own things to be able to access it. So the first thing we do is we actually focus on nearby nature. Places like schoolyards, your local park, places you can walk to, even your own backyard. And as Mrs. Bush said, upstairs, where you have a green space that you can go to right after this, that is nature. You can go to that space and feel connection, feel relaxation, go and release monarchs like you just did. Oh, it's not. Sorry, didn't advance. So there's the nearby nature. So over the last several years, all of our programming helps people spend time in nature. We have 9 programs that all intertwine and create a holistic set of options to help people get outside together. And over the last 16 years, we've been taking people outside of all ages. Last week, we had a 4-week-old baby, and we have grandparents that come with us. And the reason that we do this, the reason we have this approach is that by teaching the parents as well, the kids get more opportunities. Because if you break down the barriers to spending time in nature for the parents, and you help the parents feel comfortable and competent outside, they're more likely to take their children out. So you take your family outside, now what? Today, so many people are used to having input from screens and passively experiencing life, that I came up with the idea of the ecologist school is, what do we do outside? And the ecologist school is based on a book that I wrote that hopefully will be out next fall called Adventures in Ecology. It has 1,100 lessons in it that are similar to what you're going to see in a second. But it's the answer to what do we do outside, and it leads to discovery-based learning and open-ended play that's so essential to human development. But over the past couple of years, and I'll tell you the story of how we came up with it in a minute, over the past few years, we developed our Park Environmental Education Project, and this project collaborates with partners to create custom-designed pocket guides, like these, like actual books, and this one. And these books are made for the space so that you can learn about exactly what the park or the schoolyard would like you to know about their space and connect deeply with the place. Each one has 64 lessons in 16 branches of science relevant to ecology. And with 4 lessons in each of the 16 branches, you can earn a badge in that branch. So these badges are in the previous slide, but you can actually order them online. So the lessons are designed so that each one has an open-ended, play-encouraging lesson and a science seed. And the science seeds, the goal is to make it so that anyone can teach it. You don't need to have a degree in biology, you don't need to know things. You could be a reading teacher or a grandparent or a babysitter and be able to teach the lesson. So all the information you would need to know to teach that enhanced play in nature is right there on the page. So with partnerships, how does that work? What we get out of it is that our mission is accomplished. We help people fall in love with nature. What the park gets out of it is that they have activation of their space or the schoolyard, and that activation doesn't require staff. During COVID in particular, a lot of staff couldn't teach. They couldn't go out, and people don't necessarily have the money to pay a staff to teach. So this is self-guided with just a QR code. We like to partner with schools that are open after hours because those schools can act as nearby nature spaces for the community after hours. So a peep for a school can be used by teachers during the school day as a teaching resource. And I came from the classroom teaching world where there are just days where the kids are bonkers and you need to take them outside. And so if you just grab the book for your school that's in the library and go outside, you've got lessons that are already written. You don't need to come up with them. And that gives you an easy way to just take your classroom outside. We also teach teachers how and why they would like to go take their class outside. So after hours, then, the PEEP is a benefit to the community because with the QR code on the campus, then with just a mobile phone, anyone can come and do science lessons and play in nature without having to know anything. So how it developed is that during COVID, one of our partners said, we need an environmental education program for a deliverable, and our staff is not allowed to go out and teach because of insurance. And so we had already come up with, during early COVID, 96 lessons that we put on our website, that 6 in each of the 16 branches of science that were a free resource for teachers to assign outdoor homework during Zoom school, because so many kids were just on screens. I have 3 kids, they were all glued to the computer. And so being able to assign outdoor homework helped support teachers during that rough time. And we thought, well, we could do this for a park as well and make the lessons about the park, all to be learned in the park. So then the park got activation without having to have their staff teach it. So since 2021, so just in 2.5 years, our PEEP program has had more than 7,000 participants, and Texan by Nature helped us realize that we had 2,000 acres of schools and parks reached by the programming, and including the ones that we're currently working on, we have 12 PEEPs across 3 ecosystems, and we have put the whole program onto a new website called ecologistschool.org, and that allows us to create replicability. So we believe that the systems we've put in place since the inception of the PEEP program are truly replicable and can be done anywhere. So how does it work? We form deep, trusting partnerships with schools, with parks, with green spaces of all kinds. And out of those partnerships, we ask them, what do you need? What do you want to develop? What have you spent a lot of time or money on in your park? Like Waterloo Greenway went to great lengths to move trees into their park from other places where buildings were going to take away those trees, and they're historic oak trees. And so we created a lesson to show people that visit the park about that project. With schools, we have a survey that we ask teachers, what do they need help with? You know, what STAR questions your kids constantly missing? And so with Travis Elementary, they said that they were missing force and motion all the time. So in the herpetology section, reptiles and amphibians, we put in a force and motion lesson. Davila has incredible art on their campus that's all marine related. And so we put in lessons where the kids could go and discover marine biology through the mosaics on their campus. So we work through these partners to help people connect with nature and help the people that manage those spaces accomplish the goals that they also have. So in all of these partnerships, our mission is carried out and the partners get their work accomplished with far less resources being used, because collaboration can do that. So sorry. So our most recent release of a PEEP is Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, which is this PEEP. It's in large format so that people who are visually impaired can still read it. And then we are in the process of creating a version in Braille and a version that will be in an audio format that students will record in the podcasting lab on campus. And we released it last week at White Cane Day, and it was very exciting to have people so engaged in this resource we've created for the school. So we've worked super hard to create accessibility. So the landing page that we have for all the pages on ecologistschool.org, they have 8 languages that the whole website will flip into. So that no matter what language you speak, the common languages in Texas, you can read all of it in that language. And that took a lot of problem solving to figure out how to get that to be possible. We also have accessibility features on it. There's a button in the top left that can change what the site looks like to allow it to be more accessible to those that need that. So, what have we learned? We've always been a very collaborative organization. We were formed out of collaboration and continue that way. But authentic, trusting relationships in that collaboration and truly asking what people need, and then making our programs replicable and sustainable for both partners. And then the last is making accessibility and equity at the forefront, making sure everyone can participate in nature because nature needs everyone and everyone needs nature. And when you spend a lot of time in nature and you have programs that all ages are involved in, leadership and stewardship naturally develops. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Adventures in ecology is my new favorite phrase. I'm going to use that one today. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Spicer. I'm with Keurig Dr. Pepper. The name kind of gives it away on what we make. But I want to talk to you a little bit today about building stewardship and conservation work that we do at Dr. Pepper. I have been at Dr. Pepper for about 3 years, and my team mostly works on climate work, so climate change strategies and mitigation. But my favorite part of what I get to do is work on water and water conservation. We do water efficiency work within our operations, but water in the community outside of our 4 walls is really what I love to do the most. So with that, I'm going to share just a little bit about how we go about sustainability at Dr. Pepper. And I want to talk to you and share you some examples about a project that we've done recently in Mexico, which is a really great example of building stewardship. Like I said, you probably know, you probably heard of Dr. Pepper, and you probably have heard of Keurig, and those are our 2 major brands. But we also have a large portfolio of different types of brands, some that we own, some that we license, some that we partner with. And the point here is not to make you thirsty and want to go out and buy Dr. Pepper products, but if you think about what it takes to make all these products, you know, obviously we have complex supply chains around ingredients, but we are not a business without water. We have to have water, right? You either make our product with water or it has to be with water. There's no way to have this product without water. So water is super important to us. Now, I've been doing sustainability work for about 15 years or so. It's so great to be able to come here to this group and see so many former colleagues and friends, and I've got to catch up with so many people that I haven't done a good job of keeping up with. But it's wonderful to see this, and I think through like what we've done in sustainability and environmental responsibility over the last, let's say, 2 decades, and it's changed a lot. I think our thinking around what does it mean to address sustainability has changed. I was a big advocate of the triple bottom line of people, planet, profit, and I think that framework still holds up today and is very relevant. But we're starting to see there's more detail. There's more in between those spaces, and it's hard to talk about one space without talking about another. We used to use a Venn diagram to talk through these things, but our current way of understanding it in terms of the intersectionality of all these different things is to use this color wheel approach. So programs like water conservation and climate change and circularity and community engagement, they all interrelate with each other. And we don't necessarily operate in a vacuum anymore where I have my responsibility on climate change and my colleague works on biodiversity, and the 2 things never meet because obviously that doesn't make sense. The same thing goes with working with communities and engagement, livelihoods, biodiversity, water impacts. Like, these things are all intimately related with each other, and we can't really separate them, and we really shouldn't. We should look at them together as a myriad on the spectrum of different ways we should approach sustainability. the example I wanted to share with you today is a project. I'm only going to say the name once because I don't do it justice, but Ameyai. This is a water conservation project in Mexico with a partner of ours called Cauce Bajío. This project is a multi-year, multi-stakeholder, multi-benefit collaboration in the state of Guanajuato that brings together farmers, science, technology, and ultimately with the aim to reduce soil degradation, conserve water, improve crop yield for farmers. And it's a wonderful project that started a couple of years ago when a consultant reached out to us and said, hey, I know you guys are doing work in water conservation, and we have another client of ours who's doing work in regenerative agriculture. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, tell them I said hi. They said, no, you don't understand. Like, the work is very similar to what you've been doing. We do a lot of regenerative agriculture work at KDP. It happens typically in places where we grow coffee. So I wasn't really thinking, broadly enough. And he said, no, look, we have this partner who's doing the same sort of water work that you're doing. They are doing it for regenerative agricultural benefits. They work with farmers, but they don't work with all the farmers. And they really only want to work with barley farmers. This is another beverage company. And they said, we really want to work with barley farmers, but farmers don't always want to grow barley. So how do we apply regenerative agriculture broadly across this huge agricultural region and do so in a way when the farmers aren't necessarily producing crops we want? So we have interest in this part of Mexico because ultimately the watershed collects and funnels water down to where we withdraw water at a production facility near Guadalajara. And we said, okay, how about this? You work with barley farmers and we'll fill in the gaps. Like, we ultimately want the same thing. So together, with two different interests, with two different aims, we can essentially provide benefits to a really broad spectrum of farms and farmers in this region. This region in Guanajuato is really about 2.5, 3 hours northwest of Mexico City. It's in a very large basin that's surrounded by a ring of old volcanic mountains. It's a very fertile area. There's a lot of agriculture. As I mentioned, there's a lot of barley, there's a lot of wheat, there's a ton of strawberries, and an absolute insane amount of agave. It looks kind of blue-green for miles and miles out there. It's really impressive. But the project itself is looking at a lot of different aspects of responsible farming. Ultimately, what I'm looking for is water benefits. And at a corporate level, I'm looking and saying, I have water targets that I need to meet. I need to report to the board of directors and to the executive team on progress we're making towards these water targets. I need measurable metrics that I can report. So I need someone to calculate and quantify a benefit of water. How much water did we save on this project? And that's what number I need to know. But if I go about my work that way, ultimately we'll be unsuccessful. Working with farmers is very interesting. We're talking about people who've been doing this a certain way for many generations. So showing up at a farm, especially with my Spanish being as bad as it is, and saying, hey, just use less water is not necessarily going to work. So luckily our partners in Grupo Modelo had been working there for a few more years than us and had some really good experience. We worked with farmers to show them a lot of different techniques. The interesting thing is that farmers here in this part of Mexico, do not pay for water. They use as much water as they want. They don't have to pay for it. They do pay for electricity, and they do have to pump a lot of water. So we worked with them to show them and demonstrate to them a lot of different farming techniques that ultimately improve their fields, improve their crop yields, and help them find new and interesting ways to save water. The traditional way of watering in this region is flood irrigation. And it's essentially a big pipe. You turn it on for 12 hours, and then you wait, and then you go back and you turn it off. And that's how you water huge, huge acres of fields. And so we worked with local implementation partners who did a lot of science. And we looked and said, what is the soil condition? What's the soil absorption rate? How compact is the soil? What's the slope of the soil? We worked with Grupo Modelo to better understand the varieties of barley and other plants that they were growing. We looked at intercropping to add nitrogen back into the soil. We looked at vegetative cover. We looked at other types of irrigation techniques. And ultimately, we came back to farmers with a plan that said, if you'll follow this plan, based on the weather, based on your soil, based on your crop type, we can help you save money on your electricity bill and improve the condition and quality of your field, improve your crop yield, and ultimately learn together new and better ways of farming. So that's ultimately what we started to do and what we're still working to do today. But it's, like I said, the corporate jerk who shows up at the farm and says, please use less water. I can't do that and expect these projects to have long-lasting benefits. I want projects that are going to be in the ground and lasting and have a long-term impact for many, many, many years to come. And the only way we can do that is by working directly with the farmers and helping them learn and show them that, hey, we're not here just to give money so that you can save water, so that we can write a report and show numbers. We really want long-lasting change that is beneficial for all. And that always starts with, in my mind, going and talking directly to the farmers and understanding what's important to them and how do we meet their needs. We have to understand it from their perspective, and we have to understand what motivates them and what's ultimately going to make sure that they see the benefit to these projects. I love this photo. This is the tour group that we took. We visited about 4 farms that day, driving all across this huge agricultural region. And the people in the picture, there's some of us from KDP and from Grupo Modelo, and also our subsidiary in Mexico, Grupo Peñafiel. But we have people in here who are local on-the-ground implementation partners. There are regional NGOs who are working on water stress issues. There are local farmers in this picture. And together we all went and visited all these farms and saw the different techniques and strategies. And I talked to farmers who'd been farming the same way for many generations who were super excited to try all the new and different things that we were proposing for them to do. It was great to see the enthusiasm and for them to reach out and to be able to try and do new things. But ultimately, it doesn't work without them. And so building stewardship is the foundation for how you create long-lasting, meaningful change. So a couple of takeaways, just sharing. This is one of many projects that we do. We have over a dozen different active projects right now across the US and Mexico, everything from agroforestry to different irrigation techniques to invasive species removal. But this is one of my favorite ones to talk about. I think definitely my first recommendation is to take a holistic approach. You have to start local and then zoom out. It's very difficult sometimes when you're looking at a portfolio of projects to get zoomed in on each and every project because you can only spend so much time on there. But I think my recommendation is to start with, like, what are the local needs, what are the local challenges, and then zoom back from there and say, how does that translate to what it is I'm trying to achieve and the way I'm trying to measure success in my own program. Definitely start by listening. Shared success is ultimately, like I said, going back to shared challenges. If the farmer's not paying for water, I'm not going to make a good argument that they're going to save a lot of money on their water bill. I think it helps to really focus on what is it that ultimately the problem that we're trying to solve individually, and then look for the commonalities and what can we solve together. Align activities with values, critical for long-term success. Absolutely. I mean, I would not have thought I'd be doing a regenerative agricultural project 2 years ago. I have colleagues who are really experts in that, and I don't feel like I'm technically qualified to do some of the work that they do. But ultimately, that's what it meant for us to be effective in this region. It's a very heavy agricultural region for us to do this. And thankfully, we had some really good partners, Grupo Modelo, to go in here and say, look, what long-term success for farmers means ultimately better farming. Show and don't tell. So we did a lot of experimental projects. They set up demonstration plots and demonstration fields showing all different types of techniques. We used different types of plowing techniques ultimately to not break up the soil any more than we absolutely had to, which ultimately preserves the moisture in the soil and allows the soil to retain more moisture in the future. But to convince people how to do that, we had to show them. So we worked together, we built plows, and we plowed. And we planted, and we showed them the yield. We had some really great pictures of people, digging up plants and showing how healthy the roots were and showing how much more production there was going to be from that soil that had not been tilled and had not been overtreated. And lastly, I would say build a sense of pride. The farmers are extremely proud of what they do in the communities that they work with. And we wanted to make sure ultimately that we gave the credit back to them. It's ultimately on them to do this. It's their land, it's their livelihood. It's very important to them. So it's important for us to say at the end of the day, like, let's do everything we can to highlight and show the good work that they're doing. And there's a little bit of a sense of competition. Farmers like to look over the fence and see what the other farmer is doing, and when they see a bunch of people standing around in the field and pointing at stuff, they want to come over and see what's happening, and that's ultimately a good thing. So with that, I want to say thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for Texan by Nature. A big shout out to the Texas Water Action Collaborative, and I'll be happy to answer questions at the end. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. How's it going? My name's Allison Westfall, and I'm the site director, as you saw, my movie debut, of the Houston and Baton Rouge arm of the Texas Conservation Corps program for American Youth Works. And I'm here to talk about the Green Wave initiative that we've started in our Houston office with the help of TxN by Nature and the Water Action Collaborative, actually. But in order to do that, I have to set the table a little bit about who we are. The Green Wave is an outgrowth, a component, or as Jake put it, a baby of other programs we have. And to understand it, you have to understand how our programs work. Our mission is to basically have opportunities for people to grow and serve, and we focus mostly on young adults. We go as low as 16 with some of our partners in the Alabama Coshada tribe, and up to 30 or 35 if we have veterans. We mostly operate AmeriCorps programs, and we mostly operate in a crew-based model. So our people hire on with us for terms of service with AmeriCorps, from anything from a summer to they may be with us for a couple of years, trying different options out. But somewhere in the middle, like 675-hour, 900-hour, 1,200-hour terms are where we spend a lot of our time. And we do have some internships and individual placements and other programs, but in this case, that's the bulk of who we see across multiple locations. And so when the young adults come to us, they're receiving on-the-job training and professional development while receiving a working livable wage for 40 hours a week. So it's kind of part education and part training, on-the-job training. Oops. There we go. And as a part of that, as a lot of people have said, I was really excited to hear about the systems thinking part of the beginning. Often we talk about being apart from nature and each other as opposed to a part of a whole. And so we make feedback from all of our partners, which include our participants, our project partners, which are like conservation partners in here, such as the Audubon Society and local parks, government like the Forest Service, as well as our community. And then we have our own needs, our own staff needs, right? So we make sure that we get constant feedback. What do you need and what are we missing? Partners, what are you missing when it comes to on-the-job training? What are the skills that they need that you're not seeing, or the roles you're having a hard time filling? As far as the community, what are the needs you have that we can help with, engaging you with? Partners as well as our partners as in our participants. Our participants are our most important component. We ask them, what do you need to learn? What are you missing? Are you learning it from us? And do we need to change it? And the Green Wave, which as you saw in that video, is an initiative where instead of the day-to-day work that they've been doing most of the time, removing invasive species, planting new trees, things of that nature, they were telling us, the participants were, that they needed communication skills and they needed opportunities to engage the community just because they wanted to feel more connected. And we were hearing similar things, and we as an organization wanted to have more exposure in the community so we could be more connected and be more responsive. So the magic of Green Wave Initiative kind of came out of that, because it was a way to teach communication skills while teaching community engagement skills and volunteer management skills and other skills, while helping with cleaning up, as you saw, a rather significant litter problem that we have in Houston, unfortunately, which, as also mentioned, is not a Houston problem, it's a worldwide problem. If we don't stop it here, it runs into our neighbors in Mexico and Galapagos Islands and things of that nature, which we learned from our partners at the zoo. So, as a product of that, we came up with the Green Wave as a way of doing all those things in one fell swoop. And so, as an opportunity for our young adults to learn, we didn't just have to teach our staff how to do this, we had to teach our participants who come in every 6 months how to do this. So at the end of the day, we're trying to create 6 new people who have skills in volunteer management, community engagement, project management. So the thing on the right is actually, we're trying to create waves of environmental stewardship. It starts with our members. They are learning because they're planning the event along with the help of our staff, and they're leading the events. So our staff is there for moral support, but largely we're out of the way if we're doing it right. So we do this with them, and they created that that graphic you see on the side. It's actually a flyer that they put up at the events. We said, what would you like to teach from? Because we include environmental education in that space. They did some work, they did some research, they created a version of this graphic, and our amazing design team just cleaned it up a little bit to make it a little easier to use. And now that is one tool that they then take to the volunteers who learn from them. And with that, they can then hopefully encourage them to adopt a new behavior that, for example, what you saw in the video, we hand them this reusable cutlery kit, a reusable cup that they give them, so instead of drinking out of a plastic one at the event, they're gonna drink out of the cup we gave them, and they can adopt that as a single-use item that they can replace with something we have them walk away with. So then after that, we also give them an invitation to adopt that strategy and invite someone else to either join us on a cleanup or join us in something that they can do from a day-to-day basis to make an impact. We also love, the most important thing is that we love to support young adult career development. And as a lot of people have said here, one of our biggest things is we want to make sure that whatever walk of life they leave with transferable skills, that they become stewards, whether they are working for the Forest Service or one of our project partners, or they're coming into one of these rooms working for one of these other companies with that mindset. And because of that, we want to make sure that there aren't barriers to participation. So they spend time with us, full-time, long-term paid career, long-term paid career training. They get a monthly stipend, they get free health insurance, they get educational service awards at the end that they can use for post-secondary education certifications, and we provide them certifications. One of our partners is, as we speak, Bayou Preservation, who was featured, is literally taking a load off our staff right now by teaching them Stream Team certification and riparian training. So they are covering our participants right now in the learning so that they can come out with these kinds of certifications that make them more employable no matter where they go. Then we like to build community capacity and prosperity. So it's important to us to improve neighborhood health. One of the things that we focus on in a lot of ways, if people aren't familiar with the Justice 40 initiative, it's a useful tool for us to identify where the intersection of all of these hazards come from. It's not just the litter, it's the pollution, it's the lack of green space access. So we target areas in those areas as our cleanup spots. The most important piece is that we're trying to reduce flood hazards and illegal waste disposal as far as removing it, but we're also trying to increase in accessibility to those green spaces. We want to make sure that people feel safe and comfortable going in, and part of the cleanup allows that to be something people can then, to the next step, increase community stewardship. If they see the place that they are in their neighborhood that feels something like like she already mentioned, I have ownership of this place, and I want to make sure we keep taking care of it, especially when you have young adults leading. It changes things. If the young adults are the ones that are driving it, then we know that we should step it up if we're maybe slacking a little bit. And so at the end of the day, we're reducing the use of those single-use items as well as preventing it from going in. We're trying to pick it up and prevent it from going back in. And we're also trying to attack it from a manageable standpoint, right? In this case, we have goals. We're pretty early on in our project because we've had to build it from the ground up. This is a new component. They still do all the other things they're doing. We still have other projects they're working on. So we've done 5 to date. In those 5 events, we've seen already 58 other individuals that we've engaged and 1,500 pounds of trash, which kind of, as was brought up earlier by Joanie, like that's a drop. I want so much more than that, but it is better than the 1,500 pounds of trash ending up somewhere else, right? And the more wave we build, and that's the idea, like the more momentum we build, the more we can get it out, and the more we can get people doing new things that maybe feel more manageable. And the reason it's really important to us is that we're trying to build this kind of wave of feeling empowered, right? Like we're not trying to feel overwhelmed by the enormity of the problem. It's important for us to give people something that they feel like they can actually tangibly do. And as a result, like here's some of the challenges we've faced, but also some of the lessons we're learning. One, don't be too big, right? Like so in this case, weather is one of those things I cannot control. I don't know if any of you can. If you can, please let me know. It will make things a lot easier. If you haven't been to Houston, it's a bit warm. And it rains a lot, and when it rains a lot. And what we have found when that happens is, one, it's a safety concern when you're taking people out. You want to make sure you're not having heat issues. You're not having some poor participant get sick from that, or one of our participants, right? You have to worry about it was perfectly great yesterday, and now we had a hurricane. Well, we have to reschedule. And also, interestingly enough, trash moves. We had 2 different events where we had scouted it out, not once, but twice, including 24 hours ahead of time, this great right kind of trash, and that gets into the ideal locations. We need the right kind of trash, because if you're coming, we don't want you to be overwhelmed by something that's scary. We want it to be a manageable piece of trash that's not too gross, and it's not too heavy, and it's enough of it so that you have something to do, but not so little that you feel like this was a waste of your time, right? So what we do is look for that, and then we have to find a safe, accessible park with parking if you're gonna come, and make sure you can get to it, right? All these things are not things we usually can control, as well as access. We don't own land, so we have to create partners that will allow us access in those places and help scout for us. When we showed up 48 hours, 24 hours before an event, the rain the last night, all the trash moved when we showed up. So we had to find a new site on the spot with people who were already there. The site got a little grosser that time, but everybody was a champ and they did a great job, but those are the kinds of things that we did not think through when we started. Volunteer recruitment can be a challenge too. There are volunteers everywhere, but finding them when you need them at the right place and the right time, especially in a place as big as Houston, is really challenging, it turns out. They're there, we just need to find the connections to make sure that they know when we're doing stuff, because we otherwise miss the boat, right? And time, in our case, because it's a new thing, and because it's workforce development, it is teaching people how to do things. You saw in the video, what we do is we have them learn as they do, and then after they debrief. They say what went well, what didn't go well, what do we need to do next time. We built a checklist once, but we didn't build a checklist with names. That meant we brought too many tables and not enough clipboards because we didn't assign somebody to something. So the next time, now we know we have a checklist, but you have to assign who's doing what, right? So those are the kinds of things that take a lot of time. I don't have to train Evan, who's here, once, and he learns how to do it, and now he's awesome after 3 months. I have to start over every 6 months, and by I mean all the cool people that are on my team. I do less of it. They're great, but those are things that are investments in time, in people, that make it more than just, I gotta find the right person for the job. We're training 6 people every 6 months for the future job at one of your places. So what we've tried to do is narrow our focus, make sure we have the right tools for the job, build systems and logistics building for that kind of thing, where now we've employed some tools like GivePulse. We've put that on for volunteer management. We were sending out Google Forms and texting people individually before. Now we have a platform that's built for it and opens up our network for, and we're just starting to launch it this week, so hopefully it works out. But those are the kinds of things where we're getting the tools from outside when we can, we're building tools with inside when we can, and then we're trying to build in the predictability as much as we can. So we are partnering with partners who have an eye on the parks, like Houston Parks and Rec Department. This one we know is in rough shape all the time. You can come anytime you want. Those are the types of things that we're trying to work on, and that's where the partnering and narrowing the focus of, instead of having 27 partners, let's have 3 really good ones that can help us do those things. Because as far as trying to be everything to everyone, it's great an idea, it's really hard to execute. So we've honed in on who are we targeting. We've opened up our waiver to let little kids in as well as adults, because we were missing people at the parks who were there with their families. Lastly, just really all of the help that we could get from you to keep that initiative growing, to keep the wave going, as it were. We would really love anybody who wants to help with recruitment and volunteers in any kind of way. If you can reach out to people, your neighbors, if you know anybody in Houston, send them our way. The QR code will literally send you to signing up. And also help support, like what we want to focus on is something that we love it if everybody did it perfect, but none of us are perfect, right? Let's just get one action that each of us can take, one less bottle, one less throw away something. And then ultimately, partnerships is the biggest thing. If we can have as much as possible, partners for helping for funding, for partners for outreach, for education. We love to bring in people to teach our people. Any of those ways would be wildly appreciated, and thank you for your time.
There is a risk to public speaking after lunch. So in the event a rogue piece of leaf lettuce makes its way onto my front tooth, I hope somebody will help me out and give me a heads up on that. I love this topic. This is a fantastic topic, especially at Holt. We talk all the time about we can achieve amazing things with and through others. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a few minutes here, tell you a little bit about Holt Group, who we are, what we do, the challenges we face in developing conservation stewards, and then finally what it is how we've approached it and the results that we've accomplished through that. There we go. So Holt Group is a large industrial provider of goods and services. We have a number of operating companies. We're probably best known for Holt Cat, which is our Caterpillar distributor. We operate here in Texas. You see up there a little bit of a lineage about the Holt family. The Holt family, they're our current generation, their fifth generation. Their lineage goes back to Benjamin Holt, who's actually credited with inventing the track-type tractor, which later became the Caterpillar, which became the company Caterpillar. Maybe you own their stock. It's a good thing right now. And then through the years, they've added other companies into their portfolio as well. But again, we're in fifth generation. Thankfully, the young people that took over, the family members, didn't throw out us old guys, and so it's been a great place to work. So when I talk about adding other operating companies, in addition to the cat dealer, here's kind of the way we think about our portfolio. We function in the industrial and commercial space with Holt Cat. Texas First Rentals is a rentals. We have 40 rental locations across our territory. Holt Truck Centers, we operate out of Oklahoma and Texas. That's on-highway trucks. And then we have a number of other brands that kind of have a similar function. Each one of them have at their core that they are a distributor of OEM products. And so we sell the products, new and used, might be a tractor, big bulldozer, or wheel loader, or motor grader. We sell engines into the oil field and generators. We sell on-highway trucks. And then we sell a number of other items like cranes and air compressors. So that's one thing we do is we sell stuff. We also rent a lot of stuff. We have a huge rental fleet that we rent those construction pieces of equipment. And then we rent other items like large generators and cranes. So we sell stuff, we rent stuff, and then we service stuff. So all those things that I talked about, we actually have technicians, over 2,000 technicians that work throughout our company, across our territory, that work on these pieces of machinery each and every day, both in our shops and out on job sites in the field. So we sell stuff, we rent stuff, we service stuff, and finally, we sell parts. And so we love it when we see these road projects, especially here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I know you probably hate it, but we love it because they're out there working that machinery, and when it breaks down, they give us a call. So thank you if we have any of our customers in the room here. So to give you an idea of what the challenge we face is each one of those businesses that we have, those operating companies, have waste streams. So if I could illustrate that real quick, one of the smallest items that we sell out of our cat dealership is a mini excavator. It's a 300.5, and it'll literally fit in the back of a Ford F-150. And it takes about as much fluid in the, whether it's the DEF filter for the diesel particulates, or it's the hydraulic fluid, or it's the crankcase fluid, oil, or the fuel for the gasoline or the engine itself. All that is about the same as a Ford F-150 as well. The product line that we service and sell also goes up to a 797 off-highway mining truck that would barely fit in here and would probably take up at least half this entire room. And that has about 1,500 gallons worth of oil and antifreeze and hydraulic fluid. So the waste streams, if you will, out of the number of dealerships that we have, are a real challenge from a conservation standpoint. But over the course of the last 90 years that the whole family has owned these dealerships, 90 plus years, they've always committed to having a conservation mindset and ensuring that what we're doing as an operation is at the smallest impact upon our natural resources. So how do we do that? Or how do we do that today? And it's not a one and done, as you well know. It's a long journey. At Holt, what we have committed to is creating a culture of commitment versus a culture of compliance. Now, that's not to say we don't have compliance. We absolutely do. If you want to have your healthcare benefits, you got to apply, and you have to have them submitted by a certain date. You have to comply. If you want a paycheck, guess what? You need to provide your information for direct deposit, or you'll get a paycheck. Those are pretty easy compliance things. But when it comes to things that are out of sight, out of mind, especially in a decentralized organization where all of the branch locations and all the employees report back to San Antonio, then it becomes a little more challenge that when you're not there day to day at each of those locations from a leadership standpoint. So what we found is if we can get commitment, Joanie mentioned it at the beginning of our day here, in that it is the why, then there's less of an emphasis on compliance. So how do we address that? Back in 1988, Peter M. Holt was running the company, and that's our current owner's father. And he decided to instill a set of 5 values, and they're operational values. They're really about our behaviors and how it is that we want to interact with each other as employees, how we want to interact with our customers, and then how we want to interact with the communities in which we operate. And so these 5 values have been in place ever since then, and they become the filter in which we gauge how we're doing and how successful we are as a company. Ethical, success, excellence, commitment, dynamic. I'd like to point out 2 of those that have been critical for us in developing stewards for conservation. Ethical, by doing the right thing, and then commitment by being here to stay. 90 years on, we want to be here another 90 years at least, so it's important that we live out these values. So again, I mentioned that we have a number of waste streams that we need to deal with, but we have to figure out how to do it in a decentralized organization. These are the major areas in which we operate, but we have in total over 5,000 employees with over 100 locations throughout Oklahoma and Texas. And so because we can't have a compliance manager on site at each location, can't afford to do that. Because we can't have a safety manager on premises and can't afford to do that. And because we can't have a customer experience person on premises as well, we decided instead to go for the attitude of commitment towards making sure that we're living out our values, and in this case, through a commitment towards our conservation. So we do that through local management teams. That's the service manager, the parts manager, and the sales manager that show up there every day. They're trained in our values-based leadership, which is a core set of tools that everybody goes through at our company. We have minimal safety and environmental personnel. Jeff Stewart, our Vice President of Safety and Environmental, is here with us today. He wishes he had a lot more. But by having a culture of commitment, a set of values that dictate our behavior, it becomes natural for us to care about things like conservation. Yes, we have enterprise processes and procedures. We give them a handbook. We give them, here's how to do it. But when you have all these locations throughout the territories that we operate, it's, I wouldn't say easier, but it's more productive to have an attitude of commitment versus compliance. We empower local decision-making, and assuming that there's a commitment to our values, then we've seen good things come out of that. So what type of good things have we seen from that from a conservation standpoint? One of our operating companies is Holt Renewables, which is what's called an EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction solar company. They do commercial installations. And so naturally, we have solar on almost all of our facility roofs where it's practical and applicable, generating over 3 million kilowatt hours per year of renewable energy. If you can imagine all those engines and all those machines and trucks that when they come in for service, you gotta wash them down first. You can imagine all the oils and the grease and dirt that might come off those. So we have closed loop wash rack systems. And that is, it recycles the water right there. And as a result, we recycle over 5 million gallons of water a year. We recycle oil and antifreeze, 6,000 tons of engine and hydraulic oil, 255 tons of antifreeze. We have all of our operations employees that are trained on hazardous waste spill procedures. Other waste recycling, 1,200 tons of oil filters, 214 tons of solvents, 14 tons of other fuels, plus batteries, scrap metal, rubber tires, and rubber tracks. We have natural space conservation, where we set aside certain areas of our properties and other locations, and we put in retaining ponds to mitigate floods. We have over 60,000 acres under active wildlife management with 3 full-time wildlife and rangeland professionals. That's known as a hunting lease. We have facility improvements, including water filling stations and the things that most businesses have in the way of recycling office waste. And then, of course, we try to limit idling. You'd be amazed at those big old field service trucks that our customers have, or that we have, when they pull up to wait for parts. Sometimes they idle there, and we try to mitigate that as well. So these are the results of our efforts over the years, over the decades, to create a values-based culture that focuses on ethical, doing the right thing, and commitment, being here to stay, training on it, and ensuring that our teams are living it out day in day in their work. Perfect? Absolutely not. Are we there yet? Long ways to go. But we're happy with where we are. We're excited about what Texan by Nature has here as far as being able to generate a conversation about these types of things, and we look forward to what's next. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Edward. Thank you, everyone, for the panel. That was fantastic and inspiring. We are going to start our Q&A portion. We have about 20 minutes of questions, so we'll be getting the microphones out there. While we're waiting for questions from the audience, I did want to start. I loved the point you touched on, Edward, about growing commitment rather than driving compliance. I think that's a conversation we have with a lot of different industries, and I think making it voluntary and getting people excited about it is a pretty common theme. So just to start with everyone, what do you think it would take for every future leader to have sustainability as part of their mindset, as something that they are excited to implement with their teams? And we can start with you, Heather.
So as I started out, I think that the first step to conservation is loving nature. If you're indoors all the time and you're on your screen constantly, you don't really know, as a child, you don't really know what's out there. And so if you are not given the space to fall in love with a pill bug in your backyard, or, marvel at a possum that's on the back fence, you're not going to feel that commitment to the green space around you. And so I think developing just that love of nature, giving space for people to fall in love with it before we get into climate change, before we get into all of the environmental degradation pieces, let kids fall in love with nature first. Let them have that space to love it and feel it. And then that commitment, I think, naturally develops as kids aren't going to drink out of these very often these days because they know that this gets thrown away.
Right.
That's an interesting question. There's a couple of different approaches I've seen. I've worked for companies where the direct short answer is you tie it to compensation. That really gets people motivated. But I think generally speaking is if you look at sustainability and conservation as ways of challenging people in the way that they think, I think it's a great source of innovation. People get really creative. It does require systems thinking. It does require you to think outside the box. So often I've seen organizations encourage their teams to, in writing their goals or writing what they want to achieve in that year, maybe in a career planning conversation, is to talk about how can you contribute to sustainability, and not just in a way that's, the traditional sense, but how do you integrate it into the services or products that you're trying to develop and meet consumer and customer needs. And there's a lot of interesting ways to do that, and I think it spurs a lot of interesting conversations, and we've seen some really cool innovations come out of that space.
I think for me, it's a couple of things. It's inviting people to participate, both in the work, but also in building connections to each other. What hurts me hurts you. What helps me helps you. It helps us all. And a lot of what I see is more feeling disconnected. And when you're disconnected, it's hard. It's not that people don't care. It's that they maybe feel overwhelmed and disempowered. And so when you invite people in, ask an individual rather than a room full of people, when you ask your neighbor, can you come with me? Can you do this with me? When a child asks mom to plant a garden, mom starts to eat better too, right? So we actually do a better job, I think, at caring for each other than we do for ourselves sometimes, and then we lose those connections. It makes it harder to care about the world around us because it becomes overwhelming. So like I mentioned a little bit, giving a small single act, that builds momentum. So if I start one little thing, now we're channeling my health promotion background, just so we know. But I give you 5 minutes on a treadmill, that's way easier than saying you got to do 30 minutes for an hour every day. If I do 5 minutes, I can do 6. If I replace one bottle with a reusable one this week and invite somebody else to do a meeting differently. We're not asking you to change the world, we're asking you to just do this meeting, try it once and see how it sticks. Use a bag this one time, as opposed to you've got to change everything to reusable bags. That's my biggest an invitation, and making sure everybody's voice and barriers to participation are gone. Because in my mind, I want people to choose to opt out as opposed to feel like they're not welcome.
Yeah, I think there's two fundamental beliefs about human nature. One is that people want to do the right thing. There's good people everywhere, and people want to do the right thing and don't show up every morning trying to decide what it is they can ruin in our world or our environment. I think the second thing is people are highly competitive. And so one thing that we found successful is we talk about it as visibility, transparency, and accountability. So first of all, make it visible. And so we put our metrics out there. And so we want to make sure that people understand. And then we make it transparent. Who's on the winning end and who's not. And then it's accountability. It's who wants to drive that up. Who wants to, from a competitive standpoint, who wants to be the best location from whatever it might be? It might be safety, it might be customer experience, it might be from a conservation standpoint, but people are inherently competitive. So when we can make it that, there's not 1 ounce of having to crack the whip or make it punitive, heavy-handed. It's all in just focusing on the nature of humans.
Nobody on the TxN by Nature team would know anything about being competitive. All right, do we have questions in the audience? Okay, raise your hands. All right. Well, while you guys are thinking of questions, if each of you want to share, what is your, and some of you did this already, but what is your biggest lesson learned or mistake in a stewardship program development, and how can others learn from that? It's kind of a heavy question I'll give you. And we'll start with Edward this time.
Well, I was just thinking that I probably have more failures than successes. So I would say that when so I've been at Holt for 16 and a half years, and I came from a large telecom company headquartered in Dallas, so you can guess who that might be, which was a fantastic place to work, but was very compliance driven. I mean, you had the SEC and the FCC sitting over your shoulder. So I think that the biggest mistake was looking down on others when they didn't think what I thought was important. And so that was a sense of arrogance that, boy, if you only knew what I knew, then you'd commit to this. And you're not committing to this, so therefore you're not as smart as me. So it took me probably 2 or 3 years. I have scar tissue on my head from hitting my head against the wall. But that's probably the biggest failure.
Awesome, thank you.
It's awesome.
No, I mean, it's great.
No, it is. Mine is actually similar, I would say. All of my jobs, as my friends put it, I managed a mobile medical clinic in Malawi, Africa, so it's Southeast Africa, and I was pretty new, and although I was planning on making sure community input was important, the first thing we did was put in a permaculture garden at our clinics, and the second thing we did was do it like everybody always did it. What you're supposed to do is pay them and do these things, et cetera, and essentially force people by, meeting their needs of a different kind to engage with this program. The first round of it, the adoption of said program went from very few people to even less people. So that was good. And we learned that, what we should do is go to them and invite them, and those who really care will come. And part of it that we built in, and this was leading with a Malawian leading this, he was like, that was a good idea, this will be probably better. So listening to the feedback where he said, we'll go to the chiefs and bring the community and invite the people and say, if you want to, this is a commitment on your part. So you're voluntarily joining, and part of it is you also have to invite other people and teach other people. We went from having 8 people that petered out and it was hard to get them to come the first year to having 30 people, most of them women, who invited more people and kept doing it in other areas that were way outside of our control. So in short, it's like coming in and saying what I think you need and how you should do it versus coming in and saying, is this something you want? And how would you like to participate? So that it's, like you mentioned, it lasts forever, as opposed to when I stop showing up and you're really being courteous to me as opposed to really wanting this thing. So.
Thank you.
I feel very similar. I mean, I think there's a tendency to want to rinse and repeat on some of these projects and to show up and say, I know what this project is, I know how it's going to go, I just need you to do it. And I think that the biggest mistake is just not asking enough questions, not involving enough people. We've tried to get a lot better at involving really, really local people in our conversations, like the people that work in our facilities, to ask them how do they perceive shared water challenges in the basin, either at work or in a personal capacity. Like, what is their perspective of someone who lives and plays and works in this part of the world every single day? Try to engage a little bit more in terms of our partners, but also other organizations that we haven't worked with before to understand like what are the actual situations that are happening here. It is very tempting to want to show up and be like, I know exactly how this is going to play out and what the solution needs to be. But many times we find that we don't necessarily understand all the solutions because we're not asking the right questions. We're not actually solving for the problems that we should be solving for. So I think, my recommendation to anyone is to ask more questions. The biggest mistake we make is not asking the right questions were enough.
So I would say for us, I've been aiming at, for 16 years, figuring out how to make Families in Nature replicable anywhere, literally. And we started with the asking questions instead of assuming we know what someone in a different space or a different partner would want, going in and forming those relationships and asking, what do you need, what would you like? And it's been very interesting over the last 16 years, the answers I've gotten. Mm-hmm. And what we did wrong with the PEEP project is we underestimated how long that would take. Mm-hmm. And in doing so, we underestimated how much it would cost on staff time. And so that has led our staff to be pretty overworked. And that's a typical nonprofit problem. I think everyone in the room who's a nonprofit could probably say that they're pretty overworked. And so what we needed to do is really have back up and have some intention setting about really how much is this costing? Look at all of our timesheets. How much time is it really taking? And then cost it out if there's a sponsor that's paying for a PEEP or a grant that's paying for a PEEP or a partner that has money from other sources, foundations, et cetera, to pay for this program to be developed, really accurately costing it, which is a business problem, right? That's in every business. And so it's still wildly less expensive than, let's say, a full-time program person for a year, and it's something you don't have to do again and again. Once we make it, it's there. And it's on the website. It's a free resource for anyone. So it is very cost-effective, but we priced it wrong to begin with. And so it wasn't allowing us to grow our staff as the demand for the project increased. Mm-hmm. And so by pricing it accurately, it allows us to actually increase our staffing as our partnerships increase, which makes it more sustainable for us. And so.
Thank you, everyone. We have just a couple more minutes left. Do we have any? Okay, got one back here. Go for it.
Hi, I'm Melanie Ferguson, Dallas Water Commons. First of all, thank you all. Thanks to the summit for having all of us here. I'm always inspired every year. To each of you, thank you for making the small things scalable and then the really big things coming back down to the human scale and decision making. So my question really is for Ryan. The scalability of what you did in Mexico, can you speak to some of those metrics, like what it meant for the farmers in terms of impact to their bottom line? And then also, maybe the volumetrics or how much of an impact it ended up being for you and our Dr. Pepper Keurig and Modelo.
I'll try. The Modelo team is really focused on the metrics around agricultural benefit. I can't say specifically the total quantitative benefit of those projects in terms of the crop yield or any direct impacts to the soil, but when we were out there, and the whole reason we went out there to see it face to face was to witness, and more than just anecdotal storytelling over Zoom calls, but to go out there and see hands-on. I have so many fun pictures from that trip where I got absolutely filthy. I'm playing with dirt the whole time and digging stuff out of fields. But for me, I'm not measuring the quantitative impact on the agricultural side, but in talking to the farmers, you see that there's a true benefit, right? There's more and more farmers wanting to enroll in these programs because they see the advantages that their neighbors are having. What I am trying to quantify is a volumetric water benefit. Over the course of the period, we measure over 2 seasons. There's 2 growing seasons in this region. And so we'll measure a base case beforehand. So we had some staff out there, local technical staff, who are measuring baseline water measurements using meters on the outside of the pipe. And then we're working with them to understand the soil conditions and the crop types and the flooding irrigation style that they should use. They're still using flood irrigation. They just use it much more efficiently than they used to, with the option to convert to other measurement techniques. But we are essentially measuring cubic meters of water, or megaliters at this scale, of water availability capacity that's available for the watershed that otherwise would have been used historically in the past and wasted.
Okay. All right, we have time for one last question.
Hi, everyone. Park Smith with American Youth Works and the Texas Conservation Corps. First, I want to thank Ms. Bush and Joanie for the incredible work of bringing lots of new resources to the conservation movement. This is, a tremendous need, and you guys have found innovative ways to do it, so thank you for that. My question is to our two corporate partners up there. Just thinking about this, so American Youth Works has like 450 young people a year going through these jobs training programs, preparing for careers in conservation. And we know that most of them, that probably a third of them won't go into those career fields, but they'll always be lifelong stewards of the lands in which they touched. And so there are programs like ours across the country, 25,000 young people a year in Conservation Corps serving all across the country. They've been pretty good at working with government entities to get funding to do work on these public lands. Where Texan by Nature has done an incredible job is bringing in corporations and private donors to really support this kind of work. And I think my question to you guys is, it brings dollars to the local communities where those corporations are. And I'm really interested to hear how you think we could do more of that work with companies who want to have that local impact and be seen as a local engineer of the best practices within these communities, and connect them to organizations who are already trying to do this work that just need that leverage up piece that corporations can put in to, I think, what feels like really leverage your brand in ways that that have not really been seen as the way to get the word out about your companies. But what Texan by Nature has been really good at making happen. If you have other ideas on how more corporations could get directly engaged in this type of grassroots work.
Yeah, I think that, first of all, understanding the foundation giving priorities of the corporation. I think that's the first place to start. Obviously, probably just like Dr. Pepper Keurig just said, we get hit daily for opportunities. So if you tailor it towards the giving priorities of the company, as opposed to just a form letter that goes out, I think that is that's probably the one thing that most people looking for funding miss, is that the corporation has their priorities. They have their focus areas, most do, of any size, and making sure you tailor that opportunity to that corporation.
Yeah, I feel similarly. I think there's a lot of times, unfortunately, where our goals are not aligned. I've had people want to do really amazing projects with us, and I've had to say no because we don't have a footprint there, or the issue they're trying to address is not necessarily a high-risk issue for us. And those are unfortunate. I think, luckily, the beverage industry is very friendly, believe it or not. At least on the sustainability side, we talk to each other a lot, and I've picked up the phone before and called people at other beverage companies and said, there's a really great opportunity here. It's not for us. Is it something you guys might be interested in? And we do share project ideas. And we do a lot of it through things like the Texas Water Action Collaborative. It's a really great opportunity to bring people together to share. It's a lot of matchmaking. It's a great efficient way of matchmaking to find those opportunities. And what we try to do is be really clear about what it is that ultimately at the end of the day I have to have certain things on a project. There's a lot of things that are really nice to have, and there's some things that are must-haves. And then trying to find where does that overlap with somebody else's cause or a different project or a funding opportunity. Tomorrow I'm going to get a really awesome opportunity to go visit a facility about an hour south of here with Ducks Unlimited. So it's a really great public-private partnership. And that's one of those wonderful things that came out of TxWAC, where we said, look, here, all the stars aligned. The stars don't always align, though, but the more we can talk about what our needs are and what we're trying to accomplish and what we're trying to get out of things, the more we'll create those opportunities.
Fantastic. Well, thank you once again to all of our panel speakers here in this Cultivating Stewards panel. Thank you especially, of course, to Heather, Ryan, Allison, and Edward for sharing today. You guys knocked it out of the park, and I just want to give them one more round of applause. You guys are dismissed.
We've always lived in big cities in the concrete jungle, and getting access to outdoors isn't easy with 2 young children. As a parent, one of the biggest challenges is we're always competing with devices and video games, and it could be tough to compete with all of that, but for their well-being, we have to. Tejas' love for nature happened almost overnight. He went on his first camping trip, and that was it. Anything that makes it easier to continue their love for nature, that makes a world of difference. So I've always sought out help from organizations and people around me to make sure his love for nature persists. I'm really glad we found Families in Nature and all the free resources they provide.
The goal of Families in Nature is to get families outside to play, learn, and volunteer. By helping children grow up connected to nature, we can foster the next generation of conservationists.
So this is Waterloo Greenway. This is a 1.5 miles of hike and bike trail and parkland through downtown Austin. Our goal for anyone who visits Waterloo Greenway is to learn, discover, and reimagine what a park can be. Families in Nature has been a great partner, especially when it comes to our engagement strategy.
The Park Environmental Education Project, or PEEP, is a custom-designed guide to help people learn and play and appreciate the nature space that is nearby. Within each PEEP, there are 16 branches of science, and each of those 16 sciences has a badge that you can earn so that you can learn about different features of the park and connect with nature in a meaningful way. These PEEP resources can take the form of a printed pocket guide in English or Spanish, or they can be a QR code in the park that can be accessed through a mobile device. Schools, parks, preserves, nature centers, nature spaces of any kind. We work with them to develop activities that are play-based. They're all hands-on learning. The activities are really fun. We actually call them sneaky science.
It really helps for the kids to have something in their hand. If they're able to relate and connect with the space around them, either by interacting with it or by learning more about it, it helps a lot.
We love it because it provides hands-on exploration and activities throughout the park for everyone. It also brings out features and stories unique to Waterloo Greenway. It's just a great experience for our visitors.
Collaboration with the green space is key because we find out what they value about their own park, and they can tell us what they need the lessons to have in them, complementing their curriculum or even helping with standardized test questions. If your space really needs programming, we really want you to reach out. We can help with developing lessons and with identifying funding. While each PEEP is completely unique, the process is the same. The PEEP program can be replicated anywhere in any green space.
We are a programming team of 2. There's no way we could program this park every single day without partners like Families in Nature.
Access is everything. We want all families to have access not only to green spaces, but to environmental education resources. Because at the end of the day, we need to inspire the next generation of conservationists. And a love of nature is the foundation of all of conservation.
I think back to the moment when Tejas fell in love with nature, and I'm glad we were able to nurture that. When it comes to raising our children, it takes a village, and Families in Nature is part of our village.
All right, we are going to take a break and come back together at 3 o'clock Central Time for the final panel of the day, Generating Change. Virtual attendees, don't forget to join us for continued conversation on the YouTube stream when we come back at 3 o'clock. I gotcha.
The Texas Mid-Coast is home to so many species of wildlife. Crabs, oysters, whooping cranes, sea turtles. This is their nursery. This is where they grow up. The estuary and the bay systems is essential to the health of these species.
But these waters are facing numerous challenges. The list includes lack of freshwater inflows, marine debris, abandoned crab traps, plastics and litter. All of these have a negative impact on wildlife habitat and water quality.
A lot of people depend on what's in these waters to make a living. From shrimpers, crabbers, recreational fishing, birding, the ecological importance of the estuary system is so rich here, and there's certain parts of this bay system that aren't doing so great. It's up to us to take care of it so that future generations and the economy can continue to thrive.
The Texas Mid-Coast is a large area, and these are big issues that we're trying to address. This effort takes a group of passionate volunteers and organizations to make it work. And that is what the San Antonio Bay Partnership is all about. The Texas Mid-Coast region is 100 miles on the Texas Mid-Coast and includes 3 bay systems. The bay systems are Matagorda Bay, San Antonio Bay, and Aransas Bay.
San Antonio Bay Partnership uses a holistic approach to improve habitat, to protect wildlife, and to improve water security.
When there's drought, the flows into San Antonio Bay are reduced, sometimes significantly. Dams and reservoirs, more and more use by industries is making it difficult to maintain those flow regimes. To address this issue, we purchase fresh water. This supports the needs of nature, the community, and the regional economy that depends on this bay system.
The problems we're trying to address are big, and we've known from the beginning that we needed lots of help. You have to be able to scale what you're doing, and that's why our partners in the Mid-Coast community are so important to achieving our mission. We can't do it without them.
Our volunteers literally are our workforce. More than 300 volunteers come out every year. They've removed hundreds of abandoned crab traps, tons of trash, and they've rescued over 400 sea turtles.
That community outreach and education is critical to all of our programs. This region needs all hands on deck, all generations, all industries, to protect and steward the land, the wildlife, and the water that make this Mid-Coast region so special.
We want people to learn, because as Jacques Cousteau said, we only protect what we love, and we only love what we understand. That's why getting the community involved is so important.
When this program got started, our main goal was to protect the resources of the bay. Being out on the bay waters is my peace place. You know, that certainly drives my desire to protect these resources and to make them available for future generations.
This region brings together a diverse group of community members that are focused on pieces of the environment that matter, and that's special. With the changing world, it's not permanent unless we take care of it and protect it.
After 14 years, it's amazing what we've been able to accomplish with the help of the community and our volunteers. But we really feel like there's much more to do. San Antonio Bay Partnership uses the conservation model that brings everybody together, and that scales.
Howdy. Welcome back. I'm Karina Araujo, Director of Marketing at Texan by Nature. After 2 incredible panels, I'm excited to present the last panel of the day, Generating Change. Don't forget that you can ask questions and engage in the dialogue via our YouTube stream. Jack Welch once said, "Change before you have to." Change before you have to. What does this mean to you? And why are we ending the day focused on generating change? Change before you have to. To Texan by nature, this means don't wait for regulation. Don't wait for chaos. Don't wait for system failure. Change before you have to. Change while you can plan, learn, and evolve towards the most positive outcomes. Change is both inevitable and critical to the future. And change is also something that we can guide towards progress and positive impact. This panel will explore drivers of change that are working. As Texan by Nature matches projects to funding through the Texas Water Action Collaborative and focuses on evaluating total value of efforts through the return on conservation analysis, we see commonalities marking projects and programs that are generating the greatest positive change. Strong feedback loops, standard data, clear communication, and invested leaders are all working components of systems harnessing change. These provide building blocks to change before we have to. This panel explores change generation through collaboration, conservation prioritization, result measurement, new technologies, and evolving markets. We encourage you to think about how these apply to your efforts, while also thinking about what processes, products, or programs should be reviewed in your own organization. Which of these are ready for change? Which should be updated to better realize full system value? And how can you take learnings from this panel home to generate positive change? Today, you'll hear from Alan Berger, Chairman of the Board, San Antonio Bay Partnership, Kevin Lang, CEO of AgriPoint, and Preston Smith, Managing Partner of Wildwood. Similar to previous panels, you'll hear each presentation in succession, and we'll join the speakers live for Q&A after all presentations are done. For virtual attendees, you can submit your questions via the YouTube channel. So please join me in thanking these presenters. Alan?
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here today, so thank you so much for inviting me. As the slide says, I am the chairman of the San Antonio Bay Partnership. And as such, I represent the volunteers who make the partnership go. And I have another title. I am the Chief Bay Rat. And I'll explain that to you shortly. Our mission is to protect San Antonio Bay, both for the benefit of both the bay and its human uses. We strive to create a community for the bay. This important estuary lies in Calhoun County, in the middle of the mid-coast, between Matagorda and Aransas Bays. The counties in this area are mostly rural. Calhoun County has a population of about 20,000 people. These bays support active commercial and recreational activities. Their health is essential to the economic well-being of the region. On the conservation side, the Aransas Refuge is the winter home of the endangered whooping crane. The mid-coast is critical to its recovery, continued recovery. The bays are also important to endangered sea turtles. I grew up in Port O'Connor, and I've seen the changes occurring on the mid-coast. My wife, Bridget, agreed to let me retire there so that I could feed my fishing habit. My connection to the bay is deep and personal. The video you just watched described the pressures to the bay. The scientists at the Hart Research Institute at Texas A&M Corpus Christi developed an ecosystem report card for each bay system in the state. This science-based effort provides a snapshot of the current conditions and highlights missing information necessary to make critical decisions. Findings from the report card help us prioritize conservation and restoration efforts. Hart graded both San Antonio and Matagorda bays as vulnerable, noting degradation of oyster reefs, inadequate data on the impacts of plastic pollution, and the need for frameworks for focused freshwater inflows. The critical time for taking action to ensure the long-term health of these bays is now, or we risk losing them. Our role in this underserved region is to be an agent for that action. Our programs provide hands-on opportunities to clean up the bay, to protect turtles, and to restore habitats. Volunteers are essential to accomplishing these tasks, and they had work hour totals of over 2,900 hours. That's equivalent to about 500 volunteer days for our last events. We further believe environmental education is key to the future, and we work to expand its reach with our funding. Last year, nearly 5,600 students participated. As a volunteer-managed organization, we work with our partners that are listed there to leverage our collective assets and to advocate for common goals. Our first program coordinated volunteers for Parks and Wildlife's Abandoned Crab Trap Removal Program. Abandoned traps are unsightly litter and navigation hazards. Worse, they continue to entrap crabs and fish. Critters go in, they die, and that baits more critters. For 10 days each February, the bays are closed to crabbing. All traps remaining in the bay are assumed to be derelict, and we are to remove them. This year, we removed 900 traps. We record their location, amongst other things, and this data drives our strategies to reduce trap dereliction rates. It is encouraging to see that the number of traps removed each year is declining, while our searches are more comprehensive. Removing the traps is hard, dirty work. But rescuing the entrapped critters provides the satisfaction. If the trap is in the water, it frequently contains crabs. And we find other things. In the upper right, you'll see an entrapped redfish. It's a popular recreational target. Below that, a diamondback terrapin, a threatened estuarine turtle, and unexpectedly, a clapper rail that Bridget found and released from a trap on shore. So getting the traps out of the water is important, and that's what our volunteers do. Plastic pollution in the bays is also a problem, both aesthetically and environmentally. We just completed our 5th annual bay cleanup in September. We pick up what we can, but we have over 150 miles of shoreline, and most requiring a boat to access, so it's impossible to pick it all up. So we collect data on what we pick up to educate bay users on what they can do to reduce litter. This data is from 5 years of cleanup. In the big middle there are 65,000 items that we've picked up. I believe that much of the trash that we pick up is blowing off bays that are using the bay, blowing off boats that are using the bay. We focus on the most preventable, for example, drink bottles. We picked up 17,416 to be precise. Plastic bags, 4,600. Plastic cups, 2,300. Typically, marine litter is reported in tons. We pick up about 3 tons a year. But I think it's more informative to use these metrics. They're more specific, but they get us closer to the root problem. We use this data to ask bay users to change their behaviors, to secure the trash on their boats. Better, reduce the plastics on your boat so it can't blow off. and as importantly, leave the bay cleaner than you find it. We can't pick it all up, so we have to stop littering. The last program I want to mention is our newest. The Mid-Coast Sea Turtle Rescue was formed after Winter Storm Uri, when 500 dead turtles were found in mid-coast bays. When bay water temperatures drop below 50 degrees, the cold-blooded turtles become lethargic and lose their ability to swim. They float on the surface and are windblown to the shoreline where they can freeze or be predated. Bridget worked with Parks and Wildlife Coastal Fisheries to organize a volunteer rescue effort like that in Galveston Bay and South Padres Laguna Madre. Over 80 volunteers have signed up, both for rescue boats and for ground transport to a rehab facility in Port Aransas. We have responded to 4 cold stunning events and delivered over 400 turtles. This too is hard but satisfying work. Our key partner in environmental education is the Texas Floating Classroom, a nonprofit from Aransas Pass. Their floating classroom, Archimedes, visits the Mid-Coast each year, usually in October, to take students out for a hands-on educational experience. They pull a small trawl and a plankton seine for onboard observation. During the last school year, the Archimedes made 64 trips in the Mid-Coast for 1,300 students. Of note is that over a quarter of those students had never been on a boat despite living near the bay. For those students who can't come to the bay, the program has a touch tank that they take to the classroom. The traveling bay visited 34 schools and 4,300 students in the San Antonio and Guadalupe River watersheds. I think the traveling bay is of particular import. It connects the river kids to the bay, and I think that's important for all of us to remember. Our contribution to this program is a significant portion of the floating classroom's overall budget for the Mid-Coast. Unfortunately, we usually run out of money before we run out of students. The partnership has been working as a volunteer-driven organization for nearly 15 years, and we're very proud of what we've accomplished. Most people care about their bay. They want to see it protected. As individuals, making a difference is difficult, and together we can do so much more. Note our Bay Rat logo shown on the slide. Growing up in Port O'Connor in the 60s, this term described those who, like me, couldn't get enough of the water. Our logos are acronyms that include action verbs: removing abandoned traps, removing awful trash, and even rescuing awesome turtles. Bay rats want to take action to protect the bay, and that is what makes the partnership go. Important to our success with volunteers is the approach we've taken. There's 5 steps. They're not rocket science. First, we identify a meaningful and satisfying task. Releasing entrapped critters or rescuing turtles certainly qualifies. Next, we develop detailed plans for the task. No volunteer wants to stand around. We also reward them with useful swag, like a metal water bottle to replace the plastic bottles on their boats. Then we team build by celebrating both the effort and the success and the result. And finally, we measure and report the results directly to the volunteers and to the public as they are in relatable manners. Our volunteers are essential to our work, and we could not do it without them. They are the core Bay community. As our programs have grown, it's become clear to me that directing these programs with volunteer management is limiting. We need improvements and expansions that can only be accomplished with full-time staff. We continue to ask Bay users to become more involved, to become official Bay rats by participating in one of our programs. We need their help to expand our programs. Our current volunteer community is not near the tipping point necessary to drive the change we need. It must be bigger and broader. There are more bay users than there are bay rats. Other conservation organizations and the governmental agencies are also working hard, but that's not enough. It's the community's bay, and it's the community's problem, and we need the users to be more involved, more individuals, more businesses, and more industry. Further, there are significant opportunities for restoration work that is necessary to improve the resilience of the bays given our pressures. This involves a significant step up in our organizational capability. Oyster reefs need to be rebuilt, bird rookeries need expansion, freshwater inflows during drought need supplementing. We need full-time staff to achieve these goals, and we need funding for that staff. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to meeting you on the water. You too can become a bay rat.
Hey, good afternoon. Great stuff, Alan. Look forward to a fishing trip to the bay at some point in the future. Really inspiring. I'm Kevin Lang. I'm the CEO of AgriPoint. I first want to thank Joanie and the Texan by Nature team, the fantastic team, for bringing us all together and hearing so many inspiring stories today, especially the ones that are focused on cultivating our youth and educating them and getting them to love nature. I know we're all in this room. I'm confident we're going to do really great things to protect not only the state of Texas, but the planet. But I know our kids and the next generation are just going to do incredible things. So that's really inspiring to see. I'm going to talk a bit about technology today. I'm going to focus on what's available today, what actually exists, what's possible with technology that's accessible to most all in this room. I'm also going to show some examples of that in practice as well. And also days like this are great because I love talking about what we're doing and showing folks what's possible today, but also want to receive that feedback about, okay, it would be better if you used it for this or if you designed your product that way. So I've already had a lot of good discussions here in the breaks and lunch, and welcome more after the session at happy hour. So AgriPoint, we're really focusing on solving some of the data challenges that have been discussed today. So how can we develop tools that can provide spatial data to measure and monitor anything from agriculture, so the new climate smart hybrids and genetics like cotton in West Texas, all the way to some of the regenerative agriculture programs that were discussed from Keurig Dr. Pepper on the last panel, and also to the conservation, restoration, and monitoring programs that have been highlighted today. So we're really focusing on how do we make tools that are accessible, and to do that, one of the tools we have is through a smartphone. So I'll talk a bit about a smartphone and what we built to capture data in the field. And then also, how do we analyze that data and store and manage that data? Another big issue, right? We talked a lot about spreadsheets and Excel, and maybe you've got something on your machine and someone else has something on another. So how do we bring that together and then also supplement it with more data-rich types of information in the future? So smartphone data capture. There's a lot of smartphones. This data is probably a bit old here, but there's 7 billion smartphones in the world. 86% of people have access. We still have to do a better job in some communities to make sure everyone does have access to smartphones. But wow, we're using, we're really adopting these as a planet. So 50% increase over a 5-year period, and it's just going to keep growing. I mean, this is our best way to communicate and interact with the world today. And that's really, I think we sometimes underappreciate, how great the technology has advanced over the last few years in tech, but connectivity, cellular, now satellite connectivity, battery life, it's less frustrating now to get through a day without, having to charge your phone midday. So that's an incredible leap in innovation. Data storage, same thing. We're not clearing off our devices as much as we used to when we're taking a lot of photos of our kids. Location services, they're getting more accurate, more available. AR, augmented reality, how we interact with the environment through smartphones. A lot of great tech now on smartphones using AR that are actually real and not just, for play. Edge processing, so we do a lot of cloud computing as a globe, a lot of computing in the cloud, but increasingly with neural processing units and better chips, we can do a lot of that on our devices. Reduces the actual consumption of carbon to store data and process data. It's a good future for us. AI, and then sensors. So specifically to sensors, I talked about the smartphone. So here's an example of Apple. Over a 5-year period, the phones themselves haven't gotten much bigger. I think we finally figured out we don't need a tablet this size in our pocket, so we've kind of optimized that. But really the form factor that's changed are the sensors that are on it. So the optics have gotten incredible. We had a 12 megapixel camera back in 2017 on the iPhone XS. And in 2020, Apple decided to add a LiDAR sensor, which is really great for companies like us. We can do some cool things with light and LiDAR. And then the camera just got bigger. So in 2022, you started to see 48 megapixel cameras, and even today, there's just incredible amount of tech that's going into the optics on a smartphone. So let's use that to actually collect data. So what do we need to see and hear and map in the field that we can obviously do a lot with satellite data, but how do we supplement that with a device that most everyone in the world has access to? So at our company, we put a lot of design efforts into a consumer type experience for someone to go capture data. So we have apps called an AgriPoint Capture app that's available for Android and iOS. And the app actually allows you to go and just scan an area. So you might have a plot of a forested plot that you want to go and scan. You might have some plants that are emerging that you want to count and analyze and check for the health. So that's really what we do on the capture side, and some really cool tech to be able to ingest data. AR tech, you see the middle picture there. There's actually augmented reality feedback while you're capturing. So when you're running through this apple orchard, you actually can see that you've captured data over this part of the row and not this part of the row. And then, customizing, how do you select and optimize all the different sensors and parameters that were talked about in the last slide? How do we simplify that? And like how Alan uses really simple terms, it's not tons, it's units, but we got to make it really easy for folks that we're trying to get data from in the field. And then uploading data, we want to make it where you're not pulling SD cards off and emailing data and we've sent hard drives of data across the country before. So how do we make it as easy as downloading a movie on Amazon Prime or Netflix? Just pick what you've captured and then upload it where it needs to go. So that's the capture process. Once we have all these photos, these videos, these audio files, these comprehensive 3D scans that, by the way, can listen to audio too while you're capturing, and we can transcribe someone describing a field or translate a language that's less common into a more common language. But today we upload that to the cloud. That's when AI, traditional AI, comes in, machine learning. So here you can actually see a cacao shot on the left that is the image that your phone sees, and then adjacent to that, this is what the computer sees, right? So we're able to segment the parts of that plant that are interesting to us. So here it's cacao pods, its leaves, its vegetation, its trunks. And you can also notice that it's not picking up on the leaves that are not part of that specific species. And that's really important, right? Because not every plot of land or forested area is nice and neat with no weeds or no competing vegetation, right? So it's really important that we design algorithms and models that see the things that we want to see without our tired human eyes having to make the assessment. And then, once we figure out what's in these data sets, and then we can bring it all together. And you see this picture of a tree. This is, again, a cacao tree. That's a three-dimensional model. So we've taken all the different machine learning classifications that we've identified, and we put that into 3D. And why that's important, you can start to count things, make sure you're not counting the same thing twice. You can size things, you can run statistics. I can remove the parts of the scene that I don't want to see and only see the objects that that I do. For example, I might want to say, show me the disease and show me what percentage of this disease actually affects this whole scene, and give me some percentage of an area or volumetrics. So we're really focusing on this workflow. You can see an example here on the bottom. This is actually scanning a more mature forest and then automatically identifying which ones are pine, and then taking DBH measurements so we can use that as input into some other equations. Smartphone data, it helps you measure all these different things: heights, densities, diameters, biomass, plant health, species, inventory, sometimes yield estimation, right? So we can get indications of how the plant's going to produce directly by looking at fruit or other components of the plant. And obviously geolocation as well. So that's all smartphone. Really exciting stuff, really accessible, but we bring this data together with all kinds of other data sources, from drones, from space, from soil sensors, and other types of really exciting IoT startup companies that are able to ingest data in us. So it's really exciting to see all these data sets in one place, and then also look and see how the views of this piece of land or this farm or this forest has changed over time, but also get really quantitative measurements and less real subjective and manual measurements. In some cases, measurements that is really difficult, like biomass and volumetrics, are really hard for us to measure, especially if you don't know what you're looking at. You don't have to have a PhD in agronomy or forestry to really use the tools. I want to highlight some other companies in tech doing really great things. So eDNA, you may or may not have heard of eDNA, but there's an exciting company here, Nature Metrics, I wanted to highlight. This is taking a soil sample or a water sample, and actually, just like we can sequence our genome, and you can go use a service like 23andMe, we can kind of do that kind of stuff for our natural environment too. So really rich data that comes back from this, and it seems like the sample process is pretty easy as well from what I'm reading. Bioacoustics, I had some discussions with some folks at lunch that are aware of the bioacoustic capabilities, either fixed sensors in the field or through apps like ours that you can actually listen and measure audio. So you can use machine learning that doesn't really know what it's listening to, but can look at a spectrogram, a visual representation of that sound, and you can actually train algorithms to identify the visuals of that. So highlighting the Cornell lab at Merlin, many of you probably know them or have the app on your phone. It's incredible. As part of the morning coffee routine is to sit on the porch and turn on the Merlin app and see what birds are passing up or passing that south. So really cool technology. Satellite analytics, I'll highlight a company called Upstream Lens. So they ingest data from all kinds of sources like Airbus, ESA, Maxar, NASA, Jetty, and others, and create really simple change indicators. When something happens, an anomaly happens, gives you a notification. Then you can use tools like we offer at AgriPoint, ground tools, smartphones to go actually see what happened, and then use that as a feedback loop to train these spaceborne models and make them even better. This is also exciting. You might have seen this. Meta with some other partners actually released for public use 1 meter canopy volume data set of the entire globe. So we got the entire globe within, I don't know, maybe like a couple meters accuracy. We know the canopy height of trees, right? So this is really helpful. It's great to see companies investing. This is very expensive otherwise if you're not getting this for free. So more companies starting to invest in getting data sets that we can use and others can use, and we can all bring this together. There's an organization called Nature Tech Collective. I'd welcome you to go to their website. They highlight all these tech companies. They're constantly monitoring for interesting ideas for conservationists and in regenerative ag, all kinds of different technologies around nature. I'll briefly just highlight a quick case study here. So this is some work that we're doing with longleaf pine restoration monitoring in the Francis Marion National Forest near Charleston, South Carolina. So the question was, how can our partners use digital tools to help them improve some of their conservation efforts? Challenges, as many of you know, incredibly labor intensive to conduct inventories of fresh plants and check on the survivability of those plants. You can't monitor everything from satellites, especially when they're really tiny, really less than 5 years, it's hard to see. Documenting other types of elements like biodiversity, and then how do we manage and share data. So we went in earlier this year and said, let's do some smartphone captures, let's get satellite data, drones, let's go do ground truthing, painstakingly taking diameters and heights and inventories and spacing distances for a few different years. So stuff that was planted this year, last year, the year before, and let's see what works. I like this slide because for those that use satellite imagery, each square represents about 15 by 15 meter square, and this shows you from satellite to drones really what the resolution looks like. So all the way from ESA Sentinel, that's 10-meter resolution. Not really great if you're looking at 100 acres. Great if you're looking at maybe 2,000 or larger. You can see some minor changes. Airbus, this is a 0.5 meter per pixel resolution, and the drones you start to see, it's a little bit more operationally intensive. You have to, fly a drone. You have to have a licensed pilot by the FAA, but you get better data, right? But not everyone has access to a drone. There's also, a lot of drone restrictions to fly, but really good base data set to use. So here's that same drone data, the 45-meter altitude, and this is a three-dimensional model of a rocket stage longleaf pine. So you can see this is something you can interact with, you can measure, you can run analytics on it, but it gives you confidence that that actual rocket stage pine, that's the same pine here that you see in the drone imagery. That's about as best as you could do from the drone imagery. So it gives you more confidence that what's happening in the field, and it really supplements these other types of data sets. So, just to show you some machine learning here, this is like once the pine was planted. These are the actual pine that we're using the phone to see and identify automatically that this is a pine. So we built a model that actually says this is longleaf and it doesn't see any other species. So really good to help the project planning partners to validate what they're doing immediately post-planning without having to send someone to the field. 1 to 3 years, we're still doing a lot of scouting and looking for survivability, and we've got 3D models and images and other inputs from the field scientist. And then when it's more mature, we can start to apply some more analytics to look for actual trunks that can potentially use for carbon and other biodiversity assessments. All this comes together in a platform, so everything that I showed you there, it's all in one spot. You can add anything else. We added the Meta Global Canopy Height data set and others. So really exciting to see all these companies that I'm mentioning and ours and other big tech, partnering together to, help provide better data sets. So the tech is here. My message is the tech is actually here, but we need to all work together in uncommon collaborations. We need to share data. We need to implement citizen scientists as well, that we have tools that they have in their pocket that they can help source data from us too, and that really build buy-in as well from the communities. Data standardization, got to have common practices and standardization. And then also data management, right? So it's coming. There's this next wave of generative AI and agentic workflows that if we've got a lot of good data in one spot, they're going to be able to, those models are going to be able to tell us some really interesting things about, what's there, give us notifications, help us diagnose and prescribe and predict what's going to happen. But it doesn't work if the spreadsheets are sitting in other parts. We need to figure out how to co-locate that data and share it so we can be prepared for a world where generative AI will really help us do our jobs a lot better. So appreciate the time and look forward to the rest of the day. And feel free to reach out anytime if you want to talk more or demo our products. Happy to give everyone a demo that's here, and yeah, look forward to it. Thanks.
I think I have the wrong apps on my phone. Thank you all for having me. My name is Preston Smith. I'm the managing partner of Wildwood Environmental Credit Company. When Joanie asked me to speak on generating change, I said yes. And then I realized what a daunting topic I agreed to speak on. The reality is, Karina just said it, change before you have to. When I thought about this, I looked back in history. Market hunting drove many species to the brink of extinction, but it also created fish and game agencies that started regulating those species. The Texas Forestry Association came into existence in the early 20s with the idea of best standards, management practices to avoid regulation. And then the NRCS came into existence to help landowners think about agriculture and conservation in unison. And that really continued all the way into the 60s and 70s through legislation. The Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, they created the framework for what we talk about, or what I talk about, is compensatory restoration. That is required, regulated. And I can't stand in this room, in this building, and not talk about the Bush legacy here. It was George H.W. Bush that it was instrumental in legislating the no net loss policy for aquatic resources in this country. And then under George W. Bush, the new rule of mitigation came into existence, which really inspired entrepreneurs like me to enter this market. So I'm forever indebted to the Bush family for that. So when I talk about mitigation, what am I talking about? Probably a good question. The Clean Water Act says if we're going to have natural resource impacts, first, we don't want you to. The easiest way to mitigate it is to avoid it, not to have it in the first place. If it's not practicable to avoid it, how can we locate our project in a way that minimizes those impacts? What we can't avoid and minimize, then we want to see you mitigate. Replace those ecological functions in kind and in good time. And that's the work that Wildwood does. We are a mitigation banking company. We go out and identify sites, land with appropriate resources in volumes that need restoration. We take it through an entitlement process, an unfortunately lengthy entitlement process, anywhere from 36 to 60 months on average in Texas, to go through interagency review with state and federal agencies. Once we get that approval, then the fun starts. We put our projects under a permanent conservation easement, and then we begin the restoration efforts. The physical act of building streams, restoring wetlands, planting trees, treating invasives. And as part of this plan, we also have to have risk reduction mechanisms in place. How do we know this conservation is going to work? Short term, we actually bond our restoration. So we know the cost of this construction, this restoration effort, and we have to put a letter of credit or a bond in place to ensure that work gets done. Then we know at some point the credits will be sold and they'll be out. So we have to establish long-term stewardship endowments to fund conservation in perpetuity. So we have great risk reduction mechanisms ensuring the durability of that conservation. Why do we do this? For environmental credits. We actually generate credits onto a ledger that we can sell. And we sell those to offset unavoidable adverse impacts to like-kind resources. So we only get to sell them once. They're restricted to watershed and ecoregions, very similar to where we're restoring these resources. They allow permittees to move through that process quicker, and it also allows them to divest of that environmental liability. So they are no longer tasked with environmental restoration. That comes to our organization and our projects. And this allows Wildwood to invest not only in a return in conservation, but a return in investment. How do we know they're good? Well, I would say you could look at this picture and you could qualify that we have radically transformed that landscape. But really, what we're doing is we're quantitatively measuring success. We start with a baseline report looking at a host of things, everything from fish and macroinvertebrate communities, the tree species, stream stability. This is actually one of my favorite graphs. This is 2 years pre-construction, during construction, and post-construction groundwater monitoring wells. This is where we actually saw a physical response in the water table due to the restoration work we were doing. And then you also see it in the soils. The hydraulic response expanded the wetlands and made for more robust wildlife habitat, cleaner water, cleaner air. And now that we're all experts in mitigation banking, how do we take this and look forward? Karina said it, change before you have to. I think it's rooms like this, summits like this, where we can have conversations about how to drive our own future, how to set up our own systems that work very efficiently. I think one of the things that we've lacked in this market is rewarding the private landowner. How do we put economic incentives on conservation that battle subdivision development? Not that those things are bad, but we should have a cost for these ecological systems. And I'm going to use a technical term here. When it comes to the voluntary markets, they've been very squishy. Carbon sequestration is kind of a learning as you go process. sustainable forestry, agriculture, we've been learning as we go, biodiversity. I still don't know what that really means. But there is a market there, and if we can put the right incentives in place, I think we can dramatically alter the landscape of conservation. So for businesses, I'd take the mitigation hierarchy, and I've already heard this a lot today, and I think it's really impressive when we talk about reduction, reuse, recycle. That is a great way to avoid and minimize. But is there something to offset? Does that strategy work for your company? If it does, signal to the market that you're prepared to buy offsets. Let those conservation providers go into the market and create the mechanisms that you need, be it water, be it carbon, be it wetlands or endangered species. Conservation providers. I firmly believe that conservation, successful conservation, good conservation, should be objective. We need minimum standards and guardrails, or it becomes a race to the bottom. Who can do it the cheapest? And when it's done the cheapest, it's not always the best for the resource. So these are some of the universal principles that we've relied on in our industry in thinking about conservation. Is it durable? Will it last? Do we have science-based success criteria that we can hang our hat on to be proven and known? And what risk reduction mechanisms can we put in place? And I think a lot of what we've talked about here today in this panel is data. How can we look at this and quantify the success of this conservation? And I think that's one of the things that we really should be thinking about as we're putting conservation on the ground. Last but not least, I think this is something for everyone, and I wish I could take full credit for this graph, but the Government Accountability Office just published this report earlier this month looking at the cost of compensatory mitigation across the country. And this was a breakdown of the cost involved to generate a credit. Land, design and approval, that entitlement process, site work, restoration. Are we planting trees? Are we building streams? What kind of work is going on? And then the maintenance and monitoring. We can't just set these conservation projects into place and then forget about them. We have to continually manage and monitor them. And then long-term stewardship, 5, 7, 10 years past monitoring, what's going on at the site? Are we treating invasives? Are we still monitoring trespass issues? Is it becoming an urbanized environment? Do we have other things to be thinking about? All of those elements need to be considered when putting conservation on the ground. And I think we need to be transparent about it. For purchasers of environmental offsets as well as developers, this creates a known cost and a full cost of accounting for conservation. Joanie asked us earlier why we are here. I'm here because I believe in the market system. I believe conservation can benefit from that free flow of exchange of ideas and commodities. And maybe it sounds evil to talk about commoditizing the environment, but if we don't put a value on these ecosystems, what does it mean to avoid or minimize? There's no reason. You can go and you can impact, and it doesn't matter. There needs to be a cost and a deterrent, but change before you have to. I think this room has the opportunity, the corporations here that are thinking about this, you get to drive that change. You get to set up the market the way you want it to be set up. And I think that's an exciting time for all of us. Thank you.
That was so cool. All right, so we've got 20 minutes for questions. You can submit them virtually too on the YouTube stream. But I'll get started with the first one because it kind of plays into what you were just talking about, Preston. And we'll start with you and then Kevin and then Alan. What is the biggest barrier that you're seeing towards articulating the value of nature-based solutions and conservation projects? And what do you think is the best way to message that value?
Well, fortunately, it was kind of in my last slide. I think the idea of conservation comes across as an easy, tangible solution. But the reality is that there's a lot to unpack. It's not just the land, it's not just the work, but there's considerations for the data collection, baseline, annual monitoring, back to that quantitatively measuring success. And that's a hard thing to articulate. We think about it as trees and water and wetlands and carbon, but really it's a full suite of products. And how do you think about that all working together?
Similarly, I think it's how we articulate value to, say, farmers that are trying to understand what regenerative agriculture is, or carbon markets, or biodiversity markets. We have to communicate in a way that's actually makes sense to a farmer. So it's not regenerative ag, it's fertilizer management, it's soil management, it's optimizing yield, it's mitigating disease risk, right? It's planning for resilience of storms and events that come through. So those that are responsible for enacting the change know how to communicate in those terms. So we have to meet them with that same terminology as well.
I think the first step for my community is finding the common connection to the bay. And for me, it's frequently fishing. Most of the people live on the coast are fishermen. So if you can articulate how the change is making this fishing spot better or worse, you get an inside track. If it's not fishing, maybe it's birding or it's dolphin watching. But you got to find the connection that person has to the bay. And because you probably have it too, then talk about that to get them connected.
Great. All right. Any questions in the audience? Right up there.
This is largely for Kevin and Preston, but you can all answer. How are you capturing the human element or the community element, or are you? And if not, how could we capture that in data?
Great question. So one of the more interesting things that I've seen relative to the mitigation banking industry is there are a lot of industries right now that have become less in vogue, coal being a great example. And we've actually put a lot of teams from previous coal mines to work doing conservation restoration projects where we actually need big yellow equipment, thanks Holt, to come out there and move dirt and restore ecosystems. And so that's one thing, but then the reality is when you talk about a permanent conservation easement, you're creating green space in forever. And so we're really impacting communities in proximity to a lot of these projects by creating better water downstream, cleaner air in the vicinity, and permanent green space.
And just to add, so some of the data that needs to be captured, it's either, I'd say it's on two extremes. So one, you're asking someone in a community to fill out a spreadsheet, and then you just kind of look away and hope it's all right and don't audit it, right? And on the other extreme, you send a very expensive resource, maybe on a plane, train, or car, to a site that is not part of the community, maybe has really important skills and expensive tools and sensors to go and do the monitoring or baselining of that project. So how can we get the communities involved, understanding why we're measuring what we're measuring, and then how to actually use tools that are accessible and able to be interpreted by them. And in some cases, it might be the grower, the landowner, or someone in the community that, it's not to reference Uber as a model, but it created a lot of jobs, for better, for worse. People had jobs, and so, if there can be a job that can be helping to monitor, whether you're kind of a digital agronomist or a conservation champion, how can we create jobs for people that are in that system that can then stay there and then evangelize it outside. We heard a lot of good examples earlier today around the PEEP program that it's great. You're helping to create solve a problem, creating curriculum for folks that can't afford to or don't have the time to create their own curriculum. So how can we do something similarly to help those communities create just flywheels in there using digital tools is what we're really interested in.
Got a question here in the front.
Kevin, I was fascinated by your new tool set.
Thanks.
I spend a lot of time on the Trinity River, and I see a lot of code violations, and I talk to law enforcement, and they say, we just don't have the resources to find who's filling in the floodplain, who's building illegally, who's building fill dirt. And I just wonder, is this a tool for code enforcement and to help with people that are breaking the law with regard to environmental laws? And another application might be to identify invasive species that are taking water out of the Rio Grande and calculating how much water that would save us if we eliminated the willows and so forth. That just Is government one of your best customers for this type of thing?
See, this is what I love. I love to see the wheels turning and all these ideas coming up. We haven't focused a lot on the government, but we are starting to have some conversations with like the USDA and others that are interested in how do we crowdsource better data, all right? But yeah, same approach for the government. You know, I think a really great near-term use case is for folks that are protecting large areas of land. Or I like to hike the Appalachian Trail, and so there's all these different communities up the trail that really protect, like, say, 10 miles or 20 miles, and you know, they want better data, too, from, say, hikers or others that are in the community. So great model for them. How do we, again, use something you can't see from space a lot of times on a trail and help to crowdsource that? And, you know, not to mention the threat of auditability, but, you know, if there is that threat around, like if you know cameras are around the city, right, it might change your behavior, right? So if we know that there's people that have access to kind of report violations quickly, maybe that actually helps deter some of the, you know, bad habits as well. But absolutely, I think there's a lot of potential for those applications with this type of technology.
Thanks to Jody and to Ms. Bush for this great day today, especially for Kevin and Preston. I was in Canada last week for a global congress of the International Land Conservation Network with 300 other conservationists from all six continents. And as I listen to you today, it reminds me that watersheds and migratory flyways do not understand or recognize international borders. They cross those borders. So what can we do to use your technology and environmental credits to address international problems? Because as Alan said earlier, a lot of the water that comes down toward your bay also moves on to the Gulf of Mexico and further south from there. These are international problems that start locally. So how can we address this from the local to the global? Because we're dealing with global issues that start locally.
Right on. So one area is you find organizations that don't care about the borders that can go and seek data and provide evidence that can then be brought to folks that maybe don't want to play across borders, right? So I think one is just, how do you know this is true, right? Well, we need to be able to answer this and to show them without a shadow of a doubt, this is the problem, these are the problems, and it's not anecdotal, but it's quantified. So how can we use technology to help with that and then get it to the right place and then advocate for change, right?
No, I think that's a great point. When we talk about regulated markets, it's the rigidity that causes problems. In the voluntary market, you don't have that rigidity. And so I think there's opportunities to look at setting up systems around conservation and offsets that can address that border issue, whether it be between states, which we see in the regulated community now, or between countries.
Yeah, and then here locally in the U.S., we should use our advantage of the federal system in some parts to help the states play nicely together, and then broaden beyond our borders too. But there's definitely opportunity for us to do a better job between states. A couple weeks ago, I was in Florida for a similar type of conference around longleaf pine, and same issues. Pine still grows into Alabama, right? But then there's completely different regulations and funding and practices, and it's not great for the ecosystem.
Hi, guys. Thanks, y'all, so much. This is great. Alan, I'm also a Bay Rat. I appreciate that. But my question actually is for Kevin. I'm with the National Forest Foundation. I know there's a few other folks here from forestry. And would love to hear, this is an incredible tool, would love to understand a little bit more about wildfire mitigation and how you're either seeing it currently working, potentially working, and what that could look like.
Great to see you from the National Forest Foundation doing great work. We haven't done a lot of risk in wildfire, or work in wildfire risk mitigation, but same principles apply. What are you trying to measure, for what reason? How are you actually going to get resources to go and make those measurements? And then how can we either supplement or replace it with digital tools? I know there's some methodologies that are written, mostly for the West Coast, and as you get to Colorado and more west, around continually monitoring, so setting up specific plots, literally humans walking around and pen and paper and saying, this is how much timber's down, how much is alive and dead, and what it is. So one thing is replacing that digitally, but also if we're there capturing data, who else can benefit from using that data? I know there's a lot of ecologists that would love to see it, right, to see what species are there, flora and fauna. So I think there's ample opportunity to use these type of capabilities for wildfire risk. And I focus on a lot of the ground scanning technologies as well, because we really major in that. But combining that with these other great sources of data from satellites and drones and planes, whatever else that we have, I think that's important too, that we all work together and bring these to a common place.
Okay, I'll ask another one. So I just joined a company that's moving from Edmonton down to the DFW area to make tree balls that we're going to use to plant trees around the world. We have 1 billion tree projects, so we'll be calling you to be able to track those. But one of the things that I'm finding is that the market for carbon credits, even though we know like one credit is worth a ton of carbon taken out of the atmosphere, there's no market. There's no like established market. It's not, you can't trade these, even though you could trade them. There is no market currently. What do you guys see, especially from the water side of it, the mitigation side, that's more established that could be applied to the carbon side as well?
So my experience in the carbon markets has been limited, mostly because it's still voluntary. And so it's a process that we see take 2 steps forward and then 2 steps back, and then 1 step forward and then 1 step back. And so it's a learning as you go. There are a number of challenges associated with the carbon market, in my opinion. I think you're looking at a variety of best management practices, depending on where you are, regionality, globally. And that makes it hard to put on guardrails around the market. What am I really buying? And we saw a big retraction in the carbon market this past year because the concept of greenwashing. Hey, I bought all these carbon credits from something that turned out to be not what I thought it was. And that's where I think, again, the right minimum standards from a conservation provider standpoint, and then understanding how to put guardrails on it from a procurement side is also very important. Ooh, that's a loaded question. I believe in the free market, and I think the more regulation you see, the harder it can be to operate in that market. I can speak from that experience. We are permitting large-scale restoration projects that may take 5 years. It only takes between 60 and 90 days to get a permit to impact the environment. I think that's backwards. So I think there's a place for regulation to put guardrails on things, but I still believe in the free market and the ability to go put these projects in the ground more efficiently.
Are you going to be dropping tree balls from a drone, or are you going to do this on the ground?
However you want to do it.
Yeah. Sometimes they bounce, so I would prefer in the ground, but we can talk more about that.
This is a question for Kevin. You mentioned that the language with agriculture, with farmers, used a term, like in certain communities, there is a resistance to, say, regenerative farming. And I wondered if you could say, it sounds like you've had some experience with that. I come from a family of small-town farmers in southeast Missouri, even though I grew up in Dallas, and there's a real difference in the way that we talk about things, even though we're talking about the same things. So I'm just asking, can you speak to that farming language thing and your experience within that, given your work?
Yeah, farmers they don't want to, they have a great BS filter, right? So they've been, sold a bunch of baloney many times over, whether it's a tech product, a robot, or whatever, right? So for one, if you don't know their language, then the trust is not there anyway, right? So there has to be and also, if you don't know what their problems are and you're trying to go help them change how they're going to act, it's, what are you even doing, right? So, and a lot of regenerative ag programs are asking, say, a farmer to make an investment today that's not going to see a return next year, likely. Maybe not year 2, potentially year 3, but in the long term it is better, right? But you can't. It's a lot of risk, right? You're basically asking someone like, hey, everyone in this room, let's take less salary this year, but it's going to be better for you in the company 2 years later. We'll promise you we're going to pay you more money, right, in 2027. Deal? Maybe not, right? That's the same thing we're asking farmers to do. So outside of like communicating and making it real and tangible and the benefits that's going to have to soil and crops and outputs, nutrition, and their soil is going to still be. We've had problem. We've gone through this 100 years or less ago, and the Dust Bowl and everything, and like we know that we have to protect our soils, but we can't just communicate in a way that doesn't make sense to the grower. And then the last thing here is that corporations, there's some bigger corporations in here that are wanting to implement regenerative agriculture programs. Someone's going to have to pay the price to get through these first couple of years, right? So if I want my farmers to do no-till, low-till, or use some type of monitoring program, will come out of pocket, right? We saw some really good examples of this a few weeks ago in New York Climate Week of some companies that are coming up, and we can talk, afterwards about that. Some may not be public, but yeah, someone's going to have to pay for the transition, and I think those that do are going to see the best financial returns in the long run.
All right. So we've got one more. Joanie, do you want to ask?
Yeah, so my question is for Alan, and I want to start out with kudos for you and all of your volunteer team for the amazing progress you've made with volunteers and no staff. It's really incredible. But I wonder if you could share, with all of the learnings that you guys have had in working together, if someone else was wanting to take care of a different bay or a different ecosystem and starting a similar volunteer type activity, what would you do differently? I know you said talk and connect with people at where they are, but if you could think of like, how would you have started differently to ramp to achieve the similar success that you guys have?
I think when I started doing this, my assumption was that everybody thought like me. And so it takes a learning to kind of get to know your community. So I would say you just know your volunteers sooner than what we figured out to do. It took us a while to get ramped up. It's amazing. We had very productive volunteers on our crab traps and our trash. But all of a sudden, when we advertised for turtles, they came out of the net. They came out of the woods. So you got to find the connection with people. What connects them to the bay, and that we didn't do that. I don't think soon enough.
Thank you for your questions and your engagement in the final panel, Generating Change. And thank you especially to Alan, Kevin, and Preston for sharing today. If we can give it up for them.
I was an agriculturalist, trying to get all I could for the land. But at that time, I realized that this land is not just a resource to be used and abused.
Well, speaking of technology, yeah. So we'll go ahead and wrap up, and we have two things: one, a wrap up, and then the announcement of our Texan by Nature 20. But what a day so far! I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here, but thank you in particular to all of our speakers. Your expertise, your candor, the time you took in talking to us beforehand, and the preparation. We really appreciate it. We appreciate you being vulnerable and giving insights, and just thank you very much. Also want to thank our sponsors and our partners for being here today, and of course the Texan by Nature team. It's, as I mentioned earlier, a privilege to work with you each day. So hopefully at this point you are close to fulfilling why you came here today, and you're like, yep, I knew why I came, and I'm right there. Hopefully you're also thinking about how you can apply the learnings from these discussions or the conversations that you had, the people that you've met, how you can apply those when you go back to your own organizations. If you're wondering how to get involved, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a few ways so that you can get involved. If you're a conservation organization and you're not part of our Conservation Partner Program already, that is a free program. It's a service to you. Orvi Donnie is here. She manages that program, and please reach out. We'd love to, she's right up there. We'd love to get you involved as a conservation partner. Conservation Wrangler, you heard from some of our Conservation Wrangler projects today. Those applications are open and they will close at the end of January. That is our accelerator program. If you are an industry member or a conservation group, you can get involved with the Texas Water Action Collaborative. You've heard that mentioned a couple of times today. If you're looking for funding for your project, or you're looking for projects to fund, or to learn more about what's going on with water in Texas, the Water Action Collaborative is a great place to start. If you're looking for recognition, TxN by Nature 20, which you'll learn more about shortly, or just getting involved through our certification program. So whether you're looking for new partners, projects, opportunities, there are any number of ways that you can get involved. So at TxN by Nature, we envision a future where every single Texan, every single business is engaged in conservation, every single person. As exemplified today, we believe in science and data-based approaches. We believe in action. We believe in reporting results and building on data. We believe in building on what's working. We believe in removing barriers so that we can work together towards a future that is vibrant for all of us. We believe that each and every person is TxN by nature. And in this room, we are each leaders in our respective fields, in our respective industries, and we each have an opportunity today to start something new or to change course with the things that we can impact. We believe, as I mentioned earlier, that collectively, we can reach $10 billion for conservation in a single year. And we can realize the value that that investment yields. I believe that we heard many keys and themes here today from our speakers, and I always like to jot down my takeaways throughout the day, and these are shortened, but I want to run through a couple of them that were really trends that we heard from multiple speakers, and that's start locally, listen, listen, listen. As they say, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Like that was a theme, I think, from every single speaker. Listen, take a holistic approach, and be thoughtful about your data analysis. It's great that you have data, but think about how you're interpreting that, because that's just as important as you feed it back in. Make it simple. We heard that in variations over and over today. Make it simple, make it rewarding, and make it a connection. Invest in time and people. Learn, 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 learn. Learn outside the scope of your own job. Ask a lot of questions. Be curious, and make a commitment. It's not going to happen in a day, it may not happen in a year, may not happen in 3 years. This is a journey, and it's making a commitment to durability such that we're making a change and progressing as we move along. So I started the day and asked, why are you here? Was it new connections? Was it funding, new opportunities, learning, inspiration? Your boss made you come? I didn't really say that one, but as you think about, is that fulfilled? I hope you're thinking about how you'll take today and that reason for attending, whatever it was, and maybe it morphed throughout the day as you talked to people and you met them. But I hope you'll take it back and act on it. Because I'm excited about the future. I hope that you are as well. We're at a point in time, and especially with this last panel where we talked about the history of some of the conservation initiatives and where we are with technology that's very different. We're at this point in time where knowledge and technology and interest and need are coming together to create new and vast opportunity. We have a bold goal in front of us of investment, but we have one of vast collaboration where each of us are working together. We have a goal of action, future changing action. We are so excited to do this with you. Thank you for being here. Just thank you. And so, TxN by Nature 20. Super excited to recognize these companies. Some of you are very familiar with this. At this time, we're actually going to end